is your 1-minute warning. This meeting will start in 1 minute. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday edition of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee for January 31st, 2023, the last day of January. As usual, we will start our meeting by all rising and joining Representative Corman as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Today we'll be hearing 6 bills here in ST&E, starting in just a moment with HB 234 relative to renewable energy credits. At roughly 10 o'clock, we'll move on to HB 246 relative to the use of monies in the Renewable Energy Fund. At 11, we'll move on to HB 161 relative to customer generators of electricity as group hosts under net metering. After the lunch break, we'll be back at 1:30 for HB 165 relative to Department of Energy procedures in lieu of meeting renewable portfolio standards for biomass. At 2:30, we'll move on to HB 166 relative to the elimination of useful thermal energy from renewable energy classes. And we'll wrap up the day at 3:30 approximately with HB 81, establishing a study committee to examine all ancillary charges for propane gas sales. Representative Thomas and I had a discussion yesterday about the inefficient use of our time yesterday. And so we're going to be proposing to the members of the committee a change in strategy going forward. But I'm going to wait and do that later today in the hopes that more members will be here by then, because I'd like to get a consensus from the members about whether or not they think our new strategy will work. So we'll do that probably right after lunch. So now we can begin. Oh, one other administrative issue. I'll be leaving here at 9:15 to go to a chairs meeting, so Representative Thomas will take over at that point. So with that, I think we can start. And so I will open a public hearing on House Bill 234 relative to renewable energy credits and call on the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Rebecca McWilliams, to present this bill. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning, Chair Bowes. Good morning, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Back-to-back days of hearings. For the record, my name is Rebecca McWilliams. I represent South Concord. So let's talk about renewable energy credits and renewable energy credit sweeping. This bill is really simple. If you look at the language, it simply repeals a practice that we've been doing for several years that apparently, for a lot of technical reasons that I will get into, this practice really doesn't serve us as a state. And it also appears to be against the values of liberty and justice that I believe New Hampshire was founded on. So let's talk about renewable energy credits and what this bill is all about. New Hampshire is one of 29 U.S. states that have implemented a renewable portfolio standard. These state-level policies have been responsible for approximately half of the growth in U.S. renewable electricity generation and capacity since 2000. 23 years, half the growth. New Hampshire's Renewable Portfolio Standard, or RPS, is a policy that obligates our electricity suppliers, like Eversource, Unitil, and Liberty, to acquire a certain percentage of their electricity mix from renewable energy sources every year. Our renewable obligations are divided into 4 categories. New renewable energy is class 1, new solar is class 2, class 3 is existing biomass and methane, and class 4 existing small hydro. There are 3 ways that our electricity suppliers in New Hampshire can comply with the renewable energy obligations under the RPS. The first, and generally the one that's done the most, is to purchase renewable energy credits. This was always intended to be the way that our utilities ended up getting energy efficient energy into their mix. Every megawatt hour of electricity generated from a renewable energy system produces a renewable energy credit, or a REC. This is a certificate acknowledging the potential contribution to the RPS. Electricity suppliers can purchase RECs from homeowners. I have solar on my house, so I am able to collect RECs. Also from businesses, municipalities, or other owners of renewable energy systems, in order for the utility to comply with the RPS obligations through the REC market. Also, they can pay alternative compliance payments rather than buying RECs. So they pay into the Renewable Energy Fund, and the Public Utilities Commission uses the money that is generated by these alternative compliance payments to fund rebate programs for residential, commercial, municipal, and low-income renewable energy projects. The third option, which we're not seeing any of the utilities actually use, is to build renewables. Obviously, we have some serious regulatory challenges. Our utilities are not actually allowed to be producers, so this is a very rarely used option, but it is the third that a utility could build renewable energy production. So there are multiple auctions every year, and prices vary for RECs. Nonetheless, currently, the way the system is set up, there is a system called REC sweeping, and homeowners who have decided not to take advantage of the renewable energy credit market will nonetheless have their RECs applied to the utilities of New Hampshire, or the energy companies of New Hampshire, for their own use, basically. So REC sweeping is a loophole in the Renewable Portfolio Standard that allows electric suppliers to sweep up unregistered RECs without paying the owners of the systems that generated them. The surplus of free RECs distorts the market by causing REC prices to collapse. REC prices in New Hampshire are incredibly low, sometimes less than $10, often less than $5 a REC. The low price of RECs is both a symptom of REC sweeping and also the cause of REC sweeping. We are in a vicious cycle because prices are so low. Many residential and small scale systems do not bother to register and sell their RECs. So it creates this culture of apathy where, oh, if my RECs are worth so little, it's not worth me going through the steps to register them. However, they're worth so little because of REC sweeping, which is creating this chicken and egg cycle where I really should be getting the value of my RECs, but they've been so undervalued from getting swept to the utilities that why should I bother? It's not worth my time. I would posit that this is probably the exact opposite of what we intended to do back when we set up this program, requiring that utilities meet their renewable portfolio standard. We've created a loophole so that instead they're just sweeping into it. House Bill 234 closes the REC sweeping loophole that allows utilities to take unregistered RECs from renewable energy systems owners at no cost. The cornerstone of clean energy policy is broken. So I'm just going to speak a little bit more about the technicalities of the program. As we discussed, REC sweeping enables utilities and competitive suppliers to meet the overwhelming majority of their RPS obligations. In specific, it's their solar obligations that they're able to meet. Of those 4 classes that we discussed, solar is really the one that's being undermined by REC sweeping. In fact, more than 2/3 of Class 2 solar obligations were met with RECs in 2021. 2/3 swept RECs. Utilities got it for free. And approximately 90% of the obligation was likely met with swept RECs in 2022. We're going to get more data on that when it's published. In the absence of REC sweeping, it is fully possible that the renewable portfolio standard could have promoted 10 times the amount of solar energy achieved. And so what that means is we're losing out on the benefit of a real renewable mix, which is required by the RPS because REC sweeping just puts a Band-Aid over that. So how's this possible? Ostensibly, the New Hampshire RPS requires utilities and competitive energy suppliers to purchase an increasing percentage of the energy that they sell from renewable sources. According to the New Hampshire Energy Fund annual report in 2022, the standard way to demonstrate RPS compliance is for the utilities and competitive suppliers to either purchase or make ACPs. We've talked about this. However, we currently have a statute, RSA 362 F6 Roman 2A, customer generators that do not undertake the burdensome, costly, and time-consuming series of actions necessary to register their renewable generation with the Public Utilities Commission and NEPOOL are subject to what has come to be called REC sweeping. So I've handed out just a very simple 2-page handout that is available on Eversource's website to anyone who's interested in how can Eversource help me with renewable energy credits. I'm just going to skim this briefly because I want you to understand that there definitely is a burden to registering for RECs. And as I discussed, it's a chicken and egg problem where it's become such a hassle and it's not worth a lot of money because we have basically diluted the market and we're giving utilities RECs for free. They're not paying anything for them. So these RECs often go unclaimed. So let's just say that you install a solar system at your residential home. Step number 1, you have the solar system. Consider engaging the services of a REC aggregator. So you're not required to hire a third-party REC aggregator, but customers often choose to work with a REC aggregator to do the paperwork for them. So there is a list of REC aggregators on Eversource's website. Then you need to open an account with the New England Power Pool Generation Information System, NEPOOL GIS, and register your renewable energy project. So either you or your aggregator can do this. Once again, it's an additional step. You create the account and then it's monitored. Then you need to read and sign an agreement between yourself and Eversource. Next step, number 4, complete NHPUC Class 1 or Class 2 REC eligibility application. So that application is also available on their website, more paperwork. Step 5, you need to install an appropriate REC meter socket as part of your solar energy project. This is if you're doing solar. And there are guidelines for exactly what that means. Then finally, you need to submit digital pictures of your REC meter socket to Eversource. So if this sounds burdensome to you, you can imagine that it's probably pretty burdensome to the average consumer who's saying, well, what's in it for me if I'm only going to get $5 to $10 a rec and I have a very small system? This just sounds like burdensome paperwork. And I would agree. I think that that's kind of the way that this has turned out to be, but it doesn't have to be this way. And it could be a lot better if we were to get rid of sweeping recs. So getting back to the technical document on this, once a customer generator's renewable attributes have been swept by the utility because they don't claim them and they don't do these steps, they're no longer entitled to claim renewable energy they generate as their own. So this is more important for commercial than for residential, but you're not able to advertise that you are a farm run by solar if you didn't claim your RECs. Technically, they belong to your utility, and so you're not a farm run by solar. Your utility gets the benefit of saying they get that solar from your farm. In order to legally claim and use the renewable energy your solar array generates, you must retain exclusive rights to your energy's renewable attributes, including the right to exclude the utilities from using your RECs for RPS compliance. To do otherwise would violate federal anti-double counting regulations and New Hampshire law, but New Hampshire's statutorily authorized practice of rec sweeping has deprived New Hampshire customer generators of the right to prevent electricity suppliers from being allocated and using swept recs. So rec sweeping is therefore a taking without notice or compensation, and it violates the New Hampshire constitutional guarantee of property right protection under Part 1, Articles 2 and 12. Rec sweeping has not only allowed the utilities and competitive suppliers to evade their obligations to promote renewable energy generation and independence in New Hampshire, it has also indirectly depressed rec prices. Rec sweeping and low rec prices have largely gotten rid of the need for electricity providers to pay alternative compliance payments, which would fund the Renewable Energy Fund. So here we are sitting in a situation with a chicken and egg. And also, I would say, a violation of our liberty and rights by simply giving away recs that don't belong to the utilities, and suddenly they can use them to fulfill a different obligation. This in turn has reduced
Representative,
rebates.
excuse me, are you near the end?
I am. 1 minute. Yep.
Okay.
This in turn has reduced rebates and incentives to New Hampshire businesses and residents that could have spurred private investment in renewable energy. It's also prevented diversification of our state's fuel sources, leaving us over-reliant on natural gas. And this has contributed to the current spike in electricity costs because of international issues with the cost of natural gas. In short, rec sweeping is a pernicious statutory provision, and it should be removed from our RSAs. So that covers my testimony and the technical document that I handed out. I'm happy to answer any questions about this bill.
Thank you, Representative, and for an excellent review of what the rec, as you call it, sweeping program does and doesn't do. So thank you for that. I've seen Representative Wendy Thomas's hand up first for a question.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this presentation. It seems pretty straightforward. I just have one question. Is anyone allowed to opt out of this rec sweeping, or is it's just overpowering and it's something that's done to you?
So I thank you, Representative Wendy Thomas. I don't want to steal the thunder of a bill that I have filed separately from this bill, but there is a bill to address notice to folks who could potentially do the certificates and don't realize that they can and need some more notice. That's a separate bill. But the way that this works is basically if you don't opt in, and this is an opt-in process, you saw the 7 steps with Eversource to opt in. If you don't opt in, then you're assumed to have opted out. And so therefore the utility can sweep your recs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And may I suggest, not in this case, but on any questions, the answers, please be direct to the question, and for time considerations, any further explanation perhaps should be held for a further question. This will become more important when the chair discusses our strategy for bills coming in the future. Representative J.D. Bernardi with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you called this a loophole, yet it is a defined law, a defined set of principles characterized in the law, and if we were to end it, would not that increase the cost to ratepayers by raising the cost of electricity?
Thank you for your question, Representative Bernardi. To the first part where I called this a loophole, that tends to be the nature of what happens with legislation. We as a body pass multiple bills in multiple years, and sometimes they differ. Sometimes one new bill changes a previous bill. That's pretty much what happened in this situation, where we had a goal for the renewable portfolio standard, and then later on we introduced as a legislature rec sweeping that pretty much undermined the goal. So it created that situation. I call it a loophole because the utilities could choose not to do it, but they all choose to do it. It's the simplest, easiest way to meet the requirement, and we haven't patched the loophole to prevent that and get back on track with our goals for the renewable portfolio standard. The second piece of your question about how the cost is allocated, there is certainly a value to RECs, and so whoever decides to install a solar array could collect on that value of those RECs. They've constructed it, they've put money in, they're probably paying a long-term loan payment to pay off the solar that they installed at their property. And so they're entitled to the value of those RECs when they're sold at auction. And when they choose not to get them, that value of the RECs is then going to the utilities. So what we're essentially doing is a taking without permission of the folks who either failed to, forgot to, didn't know they had to get RECs, or decided it wasn't worth their value. Suddenly that money is shifted over to the utility. So when you talk about overall cost to the consumers of New Hampshire, right now what we're doing is we're allowing the utilities to have free money from people who spent their own money to create these RECs. And that's not right. It's not fair. But yes, of course, it has hurt the market and it has underinflated the value of the RECs. And therefore, once we correct the market, there will be an increased value and an increased distributed cost, which is what it should have been all along, on the ratepayers of New Hampshire, who have been generally benefiting from this program that unfairly takes RECs from people who have already invested in and don't realize or don't know, or in some cases don't think it's worth it to get the value. In the aggregate, the value is significant, but for individual projects and individual bills, very, very small.
Follow-up?
So you acknowledge that by eliminating this program, we would increase cost, overall cost of electricity to consumers, point one, and you acknowledge the fact that the legislature deliberately created the program to allow this to occur.
So I want to be very clear how I respond to you, Representative Bernardi. I think to point one, when we talk about installing new solar across the entire state, we're talking about increasing our diversity in our mix, which overall will decrease the cost of natural gas, which is what we're relying on because we have other sources to rely upon. So in the 10-year plan, which is really what my focus is on, this saves everyone money by getting us back to the renewable portfolio standard. But yes, you are correct. In the short term, if we are counting pennies, there is a cost to everyone to get back to that plan.
Yeah, in interest of time, I'll allow one more question.
Okay, so again, what you're saying is by allowing the utilities to take RECs, which have been abandoned by their owners, it would increase the cost of power overall to the customer base.
I wouldn't say that. No, I'm sorry. I think you and I differ on how this is actually executed. I would say that it corrects the market and therefore over time saves everyone money.
Before I call the next, oops, okay, Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. You mentioned a couple of times about distortion of the market and illegal taking, but aren't in fact the RECs they're just fiat that was created by the legislature, anybody could put up a solar panel any place they want, but it has no rec value except for the law that was created that awards them value. There's no intrinsic value to their product other than the electricity they sell. They get to sell that, and then above and beyond, they get this the fiat money, which was just by the power of the state. Is that not correct? I mean, basically, a rec is only valuable because the state says the utilities must buy them.
Thank you for your question, Representative Harrington. A rec has value because we've created a market for that rec. There is a actual tangible dollar value for every single auction that happens multiple times a year for these recs. There is a real dollar value that is then swept to the utilities. So we've created as a legislature, just like we as the federal government could create money, we could print money. It's the same sort of thing. Legislatively, we've created that market.
Follow up?
Follow up.
I guess what I'm confused on is it seems like the state is awarding something, a piece of paper for every megawatt of qualified electricity that's produced. That paper has no value other than the fact that the state has created a market. So how can the state taking some of that back be an illegal taking because it's totally a creation of the state to begin with? Nobody has a constitutional right to a rec. Do they? I mean, is there some part of the Constitution I missed that talks about you get a right to a rec?
Thank you, Representative Harrington. We've created this market, we've created a supply and demand, and therefore we've created a value. And yes, there is a dollar value for every rec. It varies per auction, but there is a dollar value. And unfortunately, right now that dollar value is just being awarded to the utilities. I would say that we need to stop this practice in order to make sure that the value we've created is honored.
One quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, let's have a follow-up and let's.
Very, very, very quick. When you say awarded to the utilities, in fact, you do mean the utilities don't make a profit. They just simply pass whatever that award is to the ratepayers in the form of lower rates. Is that not correct?
The utilities are able to meet their renewable portfolio standard by sweeping these solar recs. And therefore, they do not need to make alternative compliance payments. Those are real dollars. Those are dollars avoided. So when we talk about money, we're talking about the utilities being able to save money by not having to spend money to purchase ACP payments.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you so much. Representative Partial, please, in the interest of time, quick question. Let this be the last one, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm seeing on the paper you handed out, your paragraph 5 mentions the Eversource REC meter socket requirements. And this is somewhat new to me. Could you please tell me do I have to have one of them installed in order for them to sweep my recs? Or can they estimate what the recs are produced and sweep on that basis?
You know, I'm probably not the right person to answer this question about the Eversource meter socket. I think that's probably a little more technical. There will be people after me who can respond to that better.
Well, I hope so. I wanted to get this in case we don't have Eversource here today. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to call on, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Chair.
I'll call on the next testifier, which will be the Honorable Lee Oxenham. Welcome back to the committee. The floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to be back. Lee Oxenham speaking for myself. The fundamental purpose of this bill is to put an end to rec sweeping's unconstitutional taking of customer generators' property. That is the renewable attributes of their renewable energy generation. It's not created by fiat by the state. It's created at the moment the energy is produced. And as the DOE testified last week, renewable attributes are the property that makes renewable energy renewable. Renewable energy has a great value in the market, and this loophole is something that is done by the state, not by the utilities. This is a taking by the state of the property of New Hampshire residents and businesses. It is done without their knowledge or consent or any compensation. That is not legal. First, rec sweeping is a taking because electricity providers are enabled to use customer generators' property for their own purposes, using your property for their purposes. Is it taking because in so doing it prevents the customer generator from being able to use their own property in their own interests, denying the property owner the use of their property? And it is also a taking because it makes the original owner liable to prosecution. Thank you for staying for my testimony, sir. Due to anti-double counting rules and laws against false advertising. Further,
Will the testifier suspend? Please direct your testimony to the bill and instead of other side comments, please.
thank you, sir. I was answering his question and excuse me for the aside. Although we keep being told that swept RECs go to public utilities to meet their RPS obligation, and indirectly that should lower rates by an inconsequential amount, almost exactly half of the total goes to private corporations, mostly out of state, multi-billion-dollar corporations like Constellation Energy. Those funds are not being used to lower rates. They are being used for private purposes by those corporations, probably going to their shareholders. As you heard earlier, if you separate the renewable attributes from the electricity produced by a renewable source, that energy is no longer renewable. It is classified by the FTC as null electricity. All the renewable attributes, and we commonly slur this over and refer to them as RECs, all the renewable attributes for renewable portfolio standard compliance legally become part of the electricity the providers supply. And RPS anti-double counting rules prohibit anyone else from claiming they also use those same renewable attributes as something they produce or consume. That's the problem with double counting. The only way you can prevent double counting is to ensure only one owner to those renewable attributes. If they are swept, they now belong to whoever holds the REC, which is the legal title to the renewable attributes. The certificate is not the property. The renewable attributes are the property. Federal law.
I'll give you 30 seconds, please.
Federal law also prohibits customer generators from claiming to use renewable energy they produce if it's counted towards an RPS mandate. REC sweeping also renders null and void the customer generator's intention to move off of fossil fuels. It subverts their intent to make additional renewable energy beyond the legally mandated minimum in order to accelerate the clean energy transition. And finally, it's a double whammy. By producing energy that meets their own needs, customer generators already reduce the total amount of energy subject to compliance requirements. And because the RPS only applies to electricity that the utilities and the private companies sell. So the state's already applying swept RECs against an already reduced RPS obligation. The net result, we would have had more renewable energy in New Hampshire if all of those residents, thousands, and businesses had never invested their hard-earned money at all.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Pelosi has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Representative Axelman, for taking my question. So right now, the RECs that the customers do not apply for within 1 year, if I believe that's the agreement, right, as it is now, the utilities sweep them. And this bill proposes, instead of the utilities taking their property, the state will take the property for what the state believes is a better use. If you would like to reply to that, thank you.
The previous speaker often used the term claimed or unclaimed. The issue here is that it's not that the utilities are claiming the RECs. What the utilities do is they fill out a form and they say how much electricity they sold. The state then applies a formula to that and credits them with RECs that they have not paid for, that the actual owners of the renewable attributes, the original owners who invested their money, who generated the electricity, who think they're using renewable energy, those people have lost the value of their renewable attributes because of the state's taking of their property without their knowledge, consent, or compensation. Did that answer the question, or did you got me confused when you mentioned the 1 year thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. For clarification,
Sure.
when the utilities sweep and become owners of the RECs, the person whose property assumed cannot use them. Now, how does, when the state takes them, that person gets that value from the state? So it's, because otherwise they lose either way. They don't get that value. And it's their decision not to.
It's only your decision if you know about the process. And as was mentioned, there is a bill about notifying people that this process exists and has been going on for about a decade. So people who are being harmed are unaware of it. People who put their house on the market and say, the house is solar powered, can be sued for false advertising. Businesses who put panels on their roofs and then say our manufacturing process is renewable, or even if they use a picture of their factory with the renewable energy shown, it's false advertising. If you've sold your RECs, you do not have renewable energy. You are not producing renewable energy. That value has been lost. It's been taken by the state and transferred not just to the utilities, but to private corporations, almost fully half. It's something like 47.9%. Goes to private corporations for private uses, does not reduce ratepayers' bills by a cent. And where it does produce some savings, it again is in the nature of pennies.
Okay, seeing no other questions, and I will. Okay, go ahead. Last one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you declared that this sweeping is unconstitutional taking. Yet the state created the RECs and created the program by which there is sweeping in the exact same program. So I don't understand how that can be an unconstitutional taking.
Thank you for the question. One of the new reps, I understand, was with Wheelabrator at one time. There's a very famous federal law case with Wheelabrator about RECs. RECs are not the property. They are the certificate. Renewable attributes are created at the moment of generation by the generator. Those attributes are being taken by the state under this program. The state didn't create the value.
Follow up.
So if you have a solar array on your home or in your yard and you don't apply for the RECs, you are still getting the value of the solar generation for your property. Whether or not you apply for the RECs or sell the RECs, you still get the power.
Okay. First of all, the important point is it's the registering of the RECs. The registering can cost thousands of dollars. The burdensome series of things you have to do, particularly the electric socket, getting the electrician in, all those things are costs, which you're saying to protect my property, I have to go through this burdensome process. I have to spend thousands of dollars so that the state won't take my property and give it to private corporations and the utilities. That is an unfounded statement. And I'm sorry, there was a second part to that question.
The principal part is if you have the array, you are getting the solar power
That was your point.
to run your home or run your business.
When the state runs this formula to apply the RECs to those who shouldn't be getting them, they take your entire generation. Even the generation that you used in your house, you did not use renewable energy because it was taken from you. You used null electricity legally. You did not have title. You cannot claim that your house or your business is renewable energy powered because it isn't. Someone else has taken the legal claim to that renewable attribute, which is the essential property right of renewable energy. A company that runs its facility entirely on the basis of coal, if they buy enough RECs, they can say, we use renewable energy. We're renewably powered because they are the legal owners of the renewable attributes.
Thank you. I think we're going to move on here. Thank you for testimony. the Honorable Lee Oxenham. And I'm sure that the next testifier can perhaps shed some light on the previous testimonies to the pros and cons. So I have one last speaker here. If anyone wants to comment on what was said so far, particularly involving the utilities, please have a pink card come up to me. So right now I'll call on Mr. Griffin Roberge from Department of Energy for his testimony. And may I comment before we begin again, for both testimony and answers to questions, please directly answer the question and try to refrain from going a little bit further off target if it doesn't apply directly to the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Thomas, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge, State Energy Program Manager at the New Hampshire Department of Energy. What I passed around a few moments ago was just a 3-page outline of how the RPS functions. I figured that might be relevant for all of the RPS-related bills that we're going to be discussing today. I do apologize for the second page. It is upside down. It came out of the printer incorrectly this morning, so please bear with me on that. But I figure I'd share that just as a reference point for a lot of the RPS bills that we'll be discussing today. Circling back to this bill, House Bill 234, the New Hampshire Department of Energy is neutral on the bill as introduced. As has been mentioned, the bill repeals a statutory provision in the RPS statute allowing for a credit against an electric supplier's RPS obligation under Class 1 and 2 for customer-cited sources that are net metered and for which renewable energy credits have not been issued. Just for background, I do want to point the committee to a statutorily mandated review of the RPS that last occurred in 2018. This credit mechanism was actively discussed during that time through a collaborative stakeholder engagement process held at the PUC when they managed the program. In that review, there was no consensus amongst stakeholders on the future of this crediting mechanism. Some argued in favor of retaining the credit as it reduces overall cost of RPS compliance to ratepayers and to electric suppliers. Others felt that the credit should be eliminated to increase the market for Class 2 renewable energy credits. At that time, in 2018, the PUC agreed that the credit is a reasonable policy to retain because it recognizes the renewable attributes of all eligible solar PV sited facilities in New Hampshire, including those that are not currently certified to produce RECs. Additionally, because these net metered facilities for which the credit is being claimed likely received financial support from the state's renewable energy fund under the RPS. The energy generated from those facilities should contribute to the state's overall RPS goals. So in that context, the passage of the bill would likely prevent net metered facilities who received REF financial support from contributing to the state's RPS goals. The crediting mechanism in statute is meant to capture those facilities that aren't REC certified, and without the credit, they do not unless they become REC certified on their own. In the review, the PUC concluded that the capacity factor used for the Class 2 credit was too high. At the time, it was 20%. They felt that that capacity factor for for solar facilities was too high and a little bit off of realistic data. So they did recommend amending statute to reduce that capacity factor from 20% to 14%, which is more in line with historical data for these systems. That amendment was made in 2021 through House Bill 309, which reduced the capacity factor from 20% to a capacity factor equal to ISO New England's annual PV energy forecast. This change just occurred in 2001, and a little bit of that is shown in the past compliance year. So that change has modestly increased the amount of RECs that electric suppliers must procure under Class 2. But again, I do want to emphasize that it is modest. That really concludes my testimony on this bill, and I'm happy to take any questions that folks might have.
Thank you for your testimony. I will call on Representative Summers for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. This is a question I have, and it's been bewildering to me, so I'm going to try to make it very brief. But my constituents I know are right now are paying, in my area, are paying around 25, 27 cents per kilowatt. And we've heard multiple bills about increasing rates for their supposed benefit. Now, speaking directly to this bill, how much would the rates of my constituents go up if this was passed?
Thank you for the question. So I'll try to unpack that a little bit, and feel free to stop me or cut me off if I'm going off the rails. So to back up, the credit mechanism is used as a way to capture net metered facilities in the state that are not currently certified to produce RECs. So if you guys were to look at page 2 of the handout I provided, you'll see on the right-hand side that in order to become certified to produce RECs, you need to.
Mr. Roberge, excuse me, please. I'm terribly sorry. I need to make an announcement. There is a policy in this room to have no signs in this room. So would the visitor that's here please put her sign outside in the hallway, if you would, please. We have a policy of no signs. Please. It is a policy. I understand. Please put your sign outside. If you wish to testify, you can fill out a pink card, please. Yes, through that door. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry for the interruption. Please
Nope.
Continue.
So in order to create renewable energy credits, facility owners need to be registered in order to do so. And to do so, you must work with an independent monitor or a REC aggregator who can measure the output of your facility that would then generate RECs, and then you are actually producing RECs. If you are not certified to do that, you're not producing RECs. The way that the credit mechanism is meant to function is that it's meant to capture those who are currently net metered, not REC certified, but likely received support from the state's renewable energy fund under the RPS to capture the output that those facilities made, the anticipated RECs that they would have likely created, and make sure that those RECs contribute to the state's overall RPS goals. Repealing the credit would potentially allow some who receive support from the Renewable Energy Fund to walk away and not have any means of actually crediting their output to the state's RPS goals. That's one. Your question regarding impact to ratepayers, repealing this credit would likely increase the need for electric suppliers such as Eversource, such as Constellation, so those folks, to procure Class 2 RECs. That would likely lead to an indeterminable increase in RPS compliance costs as folks need to, as electric suppliers need to procure additional RECs for that category. But on the other side is there an argument to be made about solar facilities reducing a state's transmission costs and that type of thing? There is an argument to be made there as well.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I will take one more question from Representative Munns, please, before we move on to our next
Thank you,
speaker.
Mr. Chair, and thank you again for coming
Thank
in.
you.
Just wanted to follow up on that last comment you made about the process of certifying RECs. If someone has not taken the time, effort to get their certificate certified, how then can the value of that energy be used by a utility to fulfill their REC requirement if it's not a certified REC?
Thank you for the question. I think the answer would be that this credit mechanism does that, is that it is meant to capture those facilities that maybe aren't REC certified. And as we heard today, there are certainly hurdles for smaller systems to get REC certified and produce those RECs. I'm not doubting that. But the crediting mechanism is a way to capture those facilities that maybe don't want to incur the burden of becoming REC certified, capture the potential output from those facilities, credit them to the state's RPS goals, and in a way make sure that they're contributing to the state's renewable energy policies. Without the credit, you could potentially have folks out there who, have solar PV facilities, net metering facilities, but there isn't a way to capture any anticipated RECs that they may have created if they were REC certified. Hopefully that makes sense, but more than willing to unpack that if need be.
Just a
Thank you. If you will,
quick follow-up.
if it's a quick answer.
Well, we'll see.
I guess I want to come back to the comments that we heard from the last presenter. Is that so? How is that not a taking of personal property?
Thank you for the question. I am certainly not a lawyer. I am not going to pretend to be one. So I know that there was some earlier discussion about unconstitutional taking and that type of thing. I don't want to necessarily get into that because I know I'm not going to be well versed in it. But I think my answer would be that the crediting mechanism in statute, which it was created back in 2012, has been in existence for some time. I'm not aware of any any type of unconstitutional claims being made in the court or anything like that. It's just what's currently in statute and the legislature has mandated.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Oberge, and your answer to the questions. I'd like to move on, please, to our next testifier, Mr. Licata from Eversource. I'm sure we'll have some more questions here as well. In the interest of time, please make them brief.
Good morning, Michael Licata representing Eversource Energy. Eversource is neutral on the bill. This is truly a public policy decision that the legislature makes. But if folks have any questions, I am happy to either do my best to answer them now or take them back and try to provide an answer at a future date.
Well, I think as the chair, I will ask a question. In previous years, when this bill has come up, we have learned from Eversource that it would increase the residents' electric bill. Is that still true? If this bill were to pass, would people's residents' electric bills increase, and why?
So that is correct. So unused RECs that are used, RECs that are not used by the system owner are used to reduce the utility's RPS compliance obligations, which reduces the number of renewable energy credits that the utility has to purchase, thereby reducing the cost of compliance with the RPS. If those unused RECs were not allowed to be used by the utility, it would increase the number of RECs the utility would have to purchase, increasing the compliance costs with the RPS.
As my follow-up, does that mean when you say it will increase your costs, does that mean that being a cost of business would be folded into your next rate hike request?
Yes, the cost of the RPS compliance are included in the energy service cost. So that is a direct pass through to customers.
Calling Representative Partial.
Yes, Chair, thank you for my question and thank you for being here today. One thing which I've heard several times here, and I'm wondering if you can enlighten me on this, by avoiding the cost of a compliance and not having to meet that standard, you're saying these savings are passed on to consumers. Are these savings passed on to shareholders as well?
No.
And how can you be sure of that? I'm sorry, follow up?
One quick follow-up.
And can you tell me the process by that's you can assert
Yeah,
that?
our RPS compliance costs are strictly regulated by the Public Utilities Commission. The reduction in the compliance, the number of RECs that the utility has to purchase, is actually comes from the Public Utilities Commission. I think now the Department of Energy since the separation. So, the calculation on the reduction is actually done by a state agency, and then that number is provided to the utility to say, you must purchase X number of RECs to be compliant. So the utility, as with default service, it is a pass-through.
I understand. Thank you so much.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Representative Partial already zeroed in on my subject matter. We were told that some of these RECs are bought by outside utilities, but any utility buying a REC or sweeping a REC, it would go into the electric generation cost of the utility that is passed. It's a direct pass through to the customer. So if they swept the REC, it's going to be a reduction in the rate to the customer. Is that not true?
So I can only speak for regulated distribution utilities and how we comply with our RPS obligations. I cannot speak to third-party competitive suppliers that were referenced, how they use those RECs and how it impacts their costs. So I can really only speak to how Eversource, as a rate-regulated distribution utility whose charges and rates are scrutinized and approved by the Public Utilities Commission. So I can't speak to third parties.
Follow up. So this would also apply.
Yes, follow up, sorry.
This would apply to Unitil and Liberty and all the utilities in New Hampshire, treated the same way with respect to REC sweeping.
Unitil, Liberty, and the co-op
Yep.
are
Thank you.
all responsible to comply with the RPS.
Thank you. So bottom line, we're eliminating ratepayer costs by allowing utilities to sweep these RECs.
Correct.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the testimony that the bill's sponsor provided, she gave us a handout that references the Eversource REC meter socket requirement. Can you explain what that is and how that works?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the handout, but I would be happy to take a copy and provide a response.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Licata, taking my question. I'll let you finish taking your
No,
note.
please.
Concerning the meters, an owner has to get a special, sounds like a costly meter, and you had mentioned that the sweeping or the utilities measures a potential RECs because there's no meter. How does the utilities determine how much is produced in attributes to add up to a REC?
So if I'm understanding the question, I apologize if I'm not. This program applies to net metering customers who participate in net metering. And so we do track their usage and their production, and that is what the RECs are based off of.
Thank you for a follow. Thank you, Mr. Licata. I had forgotten that one part of it.
Representative Noel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. In having to pay alternative compliance payments, you're obviously increasing your costs. Does that increased costs have a one-to-one relationship to your rates, or is there a specific formula as to how that gets distributed into the rates?
So the first point I'd like to make is the utilities, and I think I think this is true of all the utilities, very much try to purchase RECs as opposed to alternative compliance payments. That is our goal, not to just pay into a fund, but rather to ensure that the RPS is functioning the way that it's intended to, which is to incent the development of renewable generation or preserve existing. I think the question, though, whether it's RECs or alternative compliance payments, whether that's one-to-one, it is a direct pass-through. Our compliance costs are directly paid by customers.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just trying to get a number here. In 2021, Eversource made a profit of 1.2 billion. Do you have the numbers for 2022?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Any follow-up?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, Representative Munns has a question. This will be the last question for this public hearing.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. When we talk about rates, while there may be a short-term impact on rates, isn't it true that money that you may have to pay into the for alternative compliance payments, that goes into the Renewable Energy Fund, and that has a longer-term positive benefit on rates?
So the way that the RPS is intended to function is the utilities, and I keep saying the utilities, but it really is suppliers of electricity, which include utilities and third parties, have specific percentage obligations to purchase renewable energy credits. And when they are unable to do so, the program essentially has a financial cap called the alternative compliance payment, and that does go into the fund. The way the program is intended to function is those alternative compliance payments then incent the development through rebates of renewable generation, which provides a source of RECs to avoid the supplier of energy from having to make an alternative compliance payment in the future. So there's sort of a virtuous cycle there to try to increase demand. So it's a long way of trying to answer the question to say alternative compliance payments that go into the Renewable Energy Fund, if they function the way that they're intended to, should create a supply of RECs for the utilities and suppliers to purchase in the future, avoiding the necessity of making alternative compliance payments in future years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Licata, for your testimony. And with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 234. And since we're already a little bit late, I'm going to open a public hearing after we hear about the blue sheet for this bill, House Bill 234. Mr. Representative Ploget, could you give us the statistics?
Thank you, Chair. House Bill 234, the blue sheet was 3 in favor, none opposed. Online was 117 in favor, 4 opposed.
Thank you. And I just remind members that that online number is a snapshot of what the situation was at about 9 o'clock this morning, and it could change substantially by midnight tonight. So with that, we'll open the public hearing for House Bill 246, which is relative to the uses of monies in the Renewable Energy Fund. And I'll call first to the stand the sponsor of this legislation, Representative Janine Notter. Good morning,
Thank you,
Representative.
Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the committee. So before I begin my testimony, just want to start by defining RPS. RPS is the Renewable Portfolio Standard, which is a set of laws requiring electric utilities to buy power from solar and wind producers at higher prices than charged by fossil fuel producers of electricity. So this bill is pretty straightforward. Right now, utilities buy renewable energy certificates, called RECs, to meet their Renewable Portfolio Standard, RPS, obligations, or they pay alternative compliance payments, ACPs. For example, many of the state's competitive suppliers of electricity purchase ACPs instead of RECs to avoid the administrative expense of purchasing RECs. ACPs go into the Renewable Energy Fund, REF. Those payments then go out as subsidies for solar arrays, wood stove installations, and other non-residential renewable energy projects located in New Hampshire. For example, one such project replaced 2 turbines and 3 valves, boosting capacity to 0.44 megawatts at one hydroelectric facility. This bill would rebate those REF dollars back to the ratepayers, employing the same mechanism that the Public Utilities Commission uses to rebate RGGI proceeds back to ratepayers, Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. It would be uniform across the board on a per kilowatt basis. These rebates would lower the cost of electricity for the state's ratepayers. As written, this change would be permanent. I plan to offer an amendment to make this change temporary for a 2-year period. It will have wording along the lines of, within 60 days of passage, it will require the PUC to start the proceedings to determine how to distribute REF monies to ratepayers. If you look at the website for the Department of Energy, you can read the RPS Energy Fund annual report dated October 1st, 2022. Scrolling down to Table 2, you will find the ACP's revenues by compliance year. For 2021, the total was just over $7 million. With this bill, that amount would be given back to the ratepayers. Even this modest change will help struggling families who can't afford to buy eggs or gas up their car these days, and it will help to chip away at all the different taxes and fees that are taken from them and redistributed elsewhere. And I have a constituent down the hall that I need to go support on another bill, so I'm not going to be taking questions. I will leave them for the people testifying behind me. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for testimony. I have the next in line here, Representative Vi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. It's nice to see you from this angle. For the record, my name is Representative Chris Munns. I serve as one of the 4 representatives from Rockingham County District 29, which includes Hampton. I'm speaking in opposition to HB 246 FN. I prepared a handout for you that is going around the table right now, but I'd like to just give you a quick overview of what it includes. According to the Department of Energy, there is currently about $9.6 million in the Renewable Energy Fund. About 1.8 million of that is already earmarked for future expenses, so that would leave about 7.8 million to be available to offset rates if this bill passed. The Department of Energy reports that we currently consume about 10.7 billion kilowatt hours of electricity. At that level of consumption, the 7.8 million in the Renewable Energy Fund would translate into a one-time available rate adjustment of 0.072 cents per kilowatt hour, or about $10.54 per customer per year for 1 year. Furthermore, assuming the fiscal notes estimate that 4.6 million is added to the Renewable Energy Fund every year is correct going forward, if these are also available to offset rates, that would result in an additional cost reduction of 0.043 cents per kilowatt hour, or $6.25 per customer per year. So at most, the benefit to customers would be $16.79 in the first year and $6.25 per year thereafter. Compare that to what we have already been able to do with the Renewable Energy Fund. The Department of Energy reports that between fiscal year 18 and fiscal year 22, a total of $20.1 million of renewable energy funds has been invested in over 4,000 different projects, which have created $177 million of total economic activity, creating jobs and generating important and needed revenue for our towns, counties, and the state itself. Most importantly, those investments have helped to diversify our energy sector, help to offset additional rate increases, and better prepare us for the future. Additional opportunities for diversification and economic growth will be lost if HB 246 passes. All of that for a small investment of about $6.25 per year in our future by every electric consumer in New Hampshire. Finally, since FY18, the Renewable Energy Fund has covered $2.6 million in Department of Energy administrative costs that would have to be funded from the general fund if all proceeds from the Renewable Energy Fund are rebated. For all those reasons, I urge you to vote this bill as inexpedient to legislate, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Representative. I hope we looked okay from your vantage point.
Much better from this angle.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Thank you. Representative Harrington has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Over the last couple of days, we've heard people talking in the various hearings here, as well as we see it all over the news, basically all the time from the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, why there's tens of billions of dollars out there for renewable energy projects. Literally, we're throwing huge amounts of money at these on the federal level. I question as to whether we even have the resources to spend it all. But wouldn't it be prudent to turn around and say, since we're getting all these massive subsidies from the federal government through our tax dollars there, that it would be time to cut back on some of the subsidies for renewable energy here, because we probably just can't spend it all?
I don't think we have any choice but trying to figure out a way to spend it all. And I believe and trust in the people of New Hampshire that they understand and realize that we do need to diversify. Everybody that I talked to when I was campaigning for this position, they talked about, the high cost of energy, and that is something that we need to address. But the people of New Hampshire are very intelligent, and they understand that if you put all your eggs in one basket, such as we have done with natural gas, you are going to be at the mercy of the market, and we need to diversify.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah, in your handout, you talk about how all this subsidies for renewable energy created $177 million of total economic activity. Did you do a calculation of how much economic activity would be created if all the individual ratepayers got to have their $16.79 and their $6.25? Obviously, we're talking thousands and thousands of people with that money spending it as they see fit rather than the government does. Wouldn't that create at least as much economic activity, or do you believe only the government can do this?
I don't know that I can really answer that, because that wasn't the question I asked the Department of Energy. I asked the Department of Energy to tell me what, money has been invested and what the benefit was. I mean,
But you would, excuse me, follow up?
Uh,
A quick one.
We're not here to debate
Okay.
uh,
Okay. Fine.
people
Just
who
let it
are
go.
sitting at the testimony table. Thank you, Representative Munns. Any further questions? I guess Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The rebate program is used widely by municipalities. If it were removed and they no longer got rebates, would that affect taxes? Town taxes, city taxes? Thank you.
Again, I haven't done a detailed deep dive analysis on that, but that would make sense that if you take money away from a municipality, that they have to make that up somewhere, and the way they make it up is through increased taxes.
Thank you.
Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you, Chair Bowles, and thank you for your testimony. Our former person that testified stated that renewables are more expensive than fossil fuels. And as she's not available to answer this question, I would like to ask you, are you aware of any numbers that say renewables are actually more expensive than fossil fuels?
I am not aware of any numbers, and so yeah, I'd have to answer it that way. I mean, my understanding is that as we invest more in renewable energy production, costs are coming down. And everything that I have read anecdotally suggests that, for example, the cost of solar power is much cheaper now than it's ever been. And I also know from what I read that, you know, the price of natural gas, which we are almost wholly dependent on, has been going up pretty dramatically. As a result of the fact that we're so dependent on it, we are very much susceptible to the whims of the market.
Thank you. Representative Bernardi has a question.
Yes, directly to what Representative Partial has asked about. Do you recall the ISO New England presentation where they made the statement that when you build out renewables, they are not reliable enough, therefore you need backup power that is reliable, whether it be nuclear or gas or whatever, in order to ensure that you can meet the demand that the customers have. Hence, cost of renewables are more expensive. You'd need to double build.
Well, I guess I would argue that as the demand for power increases over the coming years, we should be able to rely on the existing fossil fuel generating infrastructure that we have to provide that baseline capacity. If we invest, if the new money we invest is in renewables. So I don't
Okay,
think it's
let's not engage in debate. Remember, executive session is the time to engage in debate.
just
So,
trying to answer the question.
I think you did answer the question, so thank you. Representative Ploget has a question. And remember, we're not here to debate. We'll save that for executive session.
Thank you for reminders, Ms. Chair. Thank you, Representative Muntz, for taking my question.
Sure.
We hear about the money's being returned, the money should be used for portfolio, renewable portfolio, because it's property value of the customer. Do you see a way to have an opt-in that the customer receives their rebate and they can opt in to transfer that to the fund? Thank you.
No, I don't, and I think someone mentioned this last week or so. You don't opt in to fire protection services. It's something that we as a community decide is important to all of us, and we all agree that we're going to fund it. And I would say that investing in our future being able to provide reliable energy to future generations is something that we as a community have decided that we're going to do, and we should continue to do that.
Okay, I have a question for you. Thank you for providing this information from the Department of Energy. There's a lot of statistical information here. And I haven't had a chance to review it thoroughly yet because I just received it a few minutes ago. But since you probably have reviewed it thoroughly, can you tell me if these numbers show that the projects that are funded by the Renewable Energy Fund have reduced the cost of electricity in New Hampshire?
That was the one question I didn't want to hear. Reluctantly, no, I don't have that information. And I would like to get that information. I think your question is very valid. And it would be nice if we could have that information.
Okay, thank you. Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But however, along the lines of Representative Bernardi's question and in direct follow-up to Chairman Vosa's question, do you remember the testimony, the presentation we had from ISO New England, which showed that efficiency and distributed generation, distributed solar throughout New England had resulted in a very significant, measurable reduction in demand throughout the regional electric power pool, and wouldn't maintaining New Hampshire's renewable energy fund and contributing, continuing to support distributed generation in New Hampshire reduce electric costs for all consumers?
You don't have to answer that question, Representative Munns. That falls into the category of debate. We don't allow would you believe or do you agree kind of questions. Do you remember as that falls into that category? So
One, if I may,
we can
one-
move on.
If I may, just one
That
follow
was,
up to
that
your,
was Representative Bernardi's question, so I thought I could do the same.
one,
I don't recall his question being of that nature, but
one just quick
ahead.
follow up to your question, Chairman Vos. I mean, I do think it would be one of the things, if it doesn't already exist, it would be very worthwhile for all of us and everyone in the state if there was a mechanism to track, what the impact is of any action that we're taking in the energy field on rates. And that may exist, and I just haven't stumbled upon it yet, but that would be something very valuable, I think.
if you do stumble upon it, please let us know. Okay, seeing no further questions for Representative Munns, I thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. And I will now call on our next presenter and call to the table the Honorable Lee Oxenham, who will be testifying for herself, former member of this committee and a good friend. Welcome, Lee. Good to see you again. Don't forget to turn on the mic.
Thank you very much, Chairman Vos. Lee Oxum, speaking for myself. Rather than provide the prepared testimony, I would like to take the opportunity to use my 2 minutes possibly to better advantage by answering a couple of the questions that have come up. The ISO chart demonstrates that renewable energy and energy efficiency have made great strides, measurable strides in reducing the total demand, the total load on the grid system. And that is in the millions of dollars. The Renewable Energy Fund report shows these numbers. The data is there. $16 per year or $6 per year as a rebate is less than $1 a month. No one is investing those funds. No one is assisting in the energy transformation by having $6 or $16 or $60 or $600. These are projects that take large amounts of money. Assisting the clean energy transition and assessing the value, positive value of renewable energy is New Hampshire policy. If I may quote from my testimony, RSA 362 F1 states, quote, "It is therefore in the public interest to stimulate investment in low-emission renewable energy generation technologies in New England and in particular in New Hampshire." If I could just switch out of New Hampshire for a moment, when they had the terrible winter cold in Texas last year, the natural gas pipelines froze. It was demand response, it was energy efficiency, and it was renewables that kept as much of the electric system going as possible. The Christmas of this past year was a terrible time in the South where they had blackouts. In PJM, they were on the verge of rolling blackouts. But again, using the resources of energy efficiency, renewable energy, and demand response, they were able to avoid that. These are tremendous values. And finally, I'll simply say, if we are taking the critical crisis of our time, the climate crisis, if we take that into account, we must be putting the maximum amount of investment into managing what we can mitigate today so that we do not face a disaster in the future from being concerned about 6 cents or 16 cents on a monthly bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You actually stayed below 2 minutes. I was surprised. Well done. So do we have questions for former Representative Oxenham? I have one. Do you think that in these inflationary times that we're living in, that people who live paycheck to paycheck deserve some relief from the high cost of electricity and the high cost of heating their house? Do you think people deserve any relief?
I think people deserve relief on their housing. I think they deserve relief on their groceries. I think people, the low income end of the ladder, deserve help from people who have higher incomes. And that's why I believe in an income tax, which I don't believe many present here would accept. And if I could, I'm sorry.
That's not the
Did you have
subject
a
to this
follow-up?
bill, but go ahead.
No, the subject of this bill is the Renewable Energy Fund. And if I could just hearken back to a question that came up previously, the issue of the rebates, this fig leaf that the rebates are the way that people who profited by the Renewable Energy Fund rebate can pay back into it. The RPS requires payments from the electricity suppliers, not from people who got rebates. And in fact, thousands of those who received a rebate never, I'm sorry, I do better if I read it. Thousands of those subject to the taking never received any rebate. And thousands of those who did receive a rebate are not subject to the taking. So that argument comes up again and again. It came up 3 years ago when this legislation passed the legislature and was unfortunately vetoed by the governor. That this bill wants to eliminate the Renewable Energy Fund, wants to eliminate a very important source of investment that is of great value to all New Hampshire residents, no matter what their income level is.
Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you, Chair Vos, and it's good to see you today.
Nice to see you.
We, earlier this session, we voted in a bipartisan way for House HCB 2023, I believe, which provided ratepayer relief directly through a mechanism that was very well spelled out. Do you believe that's a more appropriate way to provide ratepayer relief than something like this?
I certainly do, and thank you for the question.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we thank you for being here, former Representative Lee Oxenham. All right, next up, we have the Department of Energy and Griffin Robarge to testify on this bill. Mr. Robarge.
Thank you, Chairman Vos, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Robarge, Energy Program Manager at the New Hampshire Department of Energy. Here to testify in a neutral position on House Bill 246. Department did want to note the bill's impacts should it become law. Obviously, we'll be discussing the RPS quite a bit today and various pieces of legislation. So to back up, RSA 362F, which was enacted in 2007, established the state's renewable portfolio standard. The RPS established 4 different classes of renewable energy resources like hydroelectric, biomass, methane, geothermal, solar, wind, etc. Under the RPS, electric suppliers such as Eversource, your default utility suppliers, or Constellation, a third-party electric supplier, must obtain renewable energy credits for each of the 4 classes under the RPS as a set percentage of their retail electric load. A lot of this is specified in the handout that I provided earlier. 1 REC represents the renewable energy attributes of 1 megawatt hour of electricity from that source. If electric suppliers cannot purchase the necessary amount of RECs needed to satisfy their obligations under the 4 classes, electric suppliers must make alternative compliance payments. These payments are made directly to the department and are deposited into a dedicated fund under state statute called the Renewable Energy Fund. The Renewable Energy Fund is used to offer rebates and competitive grants to advance the deployment of renewable energy projects that can create RECs to help electric suppliers satisfy their RPS obligations. The idea behind the RPS is that ACPs are collected into the REF that are then used to encourage the development of REC-eligible renewable energy projects that can produce, as I said, needed RECs to be bought and used by electric suppliers to meet their RPS obligations. Much of this is in that diagram on page 6 of that handout, that flow chart, which kind of maps out how the RPS works. Turning to the actual bill, the bill really impacts, if you look at the flow chart, the green bubble labeled the Renewable Energy Fund, and largely the bubble next to it that's labeled new certified facility, so that bottom tier of the flow chart. So under Section 1, the REF is not repealed, but repurposed. It doesn't alter state expenditures from the fund, but how the fund expends dollars in that fund. So in theory, under this new paradigm that the bill presents, is that ACPs will still be collected from electric suppliers. They will then be deposited into the Renewable Energy Fund. However, as is outlined in the flow chart, the ability to draw admin costs, offer rebate and grant programs for residents and commercial industrial users is no longer in existence. Those programs are repealed under this bill, and all of the dollars that flow into the REF are now rebated back to electric customers via PUC, likely a PUC adjudicated process to bring forward a reduction in electric rates. I think what the department wants to note is that in the bill as it is currently drafted, and I haven't seen the amendment that Representative Nodder mentioned that she was proposing, but language in the bill removes the ability from the department to draw administrative expenses from the Renewable Energy Fund. These administrative expenses run the gamut, so it includes managing the various rebate and grant programs, working on RPS-related dockets, administrative rule changes, monitoring and validating facility and supplier compliance with the RPS, potential program revisions. And without the REF funding, to be quite frank, DOE would be unable to implement or continue to maintain the state's RPS policy as it's been imposed by the New Hampshire General Court. Absent a dedicated funding source, DOE would not have the financial means to maintain its current administrative resources for the RPS for the foreseeable future, and would likely need an alternative dedicated funding source to do that. That's Section 1. Section 2 of the bill repeals the various statutory provisions establishing the grant and rebate programs that the REF uses dollars to fund. Beyond just the simple repeal of those programs, Section 2 would likely impact pending rebate and grant applications before the department. It would likely affect ongoing our requests for proposals, or RFPs, for REF-funded programs, and current grant award contracts that have been approved by Governor and Council for current awardees to these programs. By way of context, the department manages 4 different rebate programs. There is one for residential solar, one for residential wood pellet systems, and then 2 for commercial industrial users for solar technologies rebate and a wood pellet furnace or boiler rebate. And then the other 2 grant programs include the non-residential competitive grant program and the LMI Community Solar Grant Program. The non-residential competitive grant program has been utilized largely by commercial and industrial customers, such as municipalities or large businesses, for larger renewable energy products that can projects that can produce RECs that can then be used by electric suppliers. And then obviously, as I'm sure this committee is aware, the LMI Community Solar Grant Program is used to provide grants for community solar projects that would directly provide a benefit to low to moderate income households on their bill. And then further information, I guess, on the bill can be found in the department's fiscal note. But beyond that, I'd be happy to take any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you very much for that valuable information. So if I understand you correctly, you are saying that Section 2 of the bill, the repeal of 362 F:10, 5 through 11, is the problematic section of the bill. And if that was removed from the bill, you would see that there would be fewer issues with the bill. Is that my understanding?
Thank you for the question. I think Obviously, it's a policy decision for legislators to make as to how the fund is functions. Obviously, we just follow what's prescribed in state statute. I think the more concerning aspect of the bill is the removal of the ability of the department to draw administrative expenses from the fund. Without that, the RPS currently in statute kind of caps out at 2025. So there's still 2 years here of potential increased obligations across the classes. There's processes that need to take place to make sure that systems are certified to create RECs. Without the ability to pay for staff to do that, the RPS is more or less just in statute without any state staff or agencies kind of managing it or overseeing it. It's just acting on its own.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Roberge, for taking my question. You've just listed several problems that would arise if this bill were to pass. Yet you state that DOE is neutral on it. So what are the advantages that could possibly counterbalance all these disadvantages?
Well, I thank you for the question, Representative. As has been mentioned, this is a time of historic electric rates and that type of thing. Whether or not policymakers such as yourself determine that this is the best way to provide a policy mechanism to provide rate relief to electric customers, that's something for folks to consider. As a Department of Energy, as the legislature created us, it's to provide a unified direction on state energy policies and obviously provide the legislators feedback on, the implications or benefits of any type of policy decision they make. That's at least the thrust of my testimony here today.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'd like to thank you for your testimony and participation. And now I'd like to call forward Mr. Greg Moore, representing Americans for Prosperity, to give us his take on this bill. Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. Always great to be before this committee. So I'm here today in support of House Bill 246. Representative Notter reached out, I think part of it because in 2012, when I was working as a chief of staff of the House, I did a lot of work on the bill that rebated the RGGI back then, and she, of course, was still on this committee at the time. So this is a very similar mechanism, presumably, if the legislature wishes to move forward. Obviously, we're dealing at a time that has historic rate increases for electricity. Just to quantify that for the committee, I got an email from one of my former electricity suppliers. It said new low rate, and I opened it up and it said 16.77 a kilowatt, which kind of struck me because a little over a year and a half ago, I had re-upped, knock on wood, with a 3-year plan at 8.5 cents a kilowatt. But that should indicate just the type of escalation we've seen in electricity prices just over the arc of the last year. How do we get relief to the ratepayers? I know that there are a number of ways, a number of mechanisms. One of them that the governor proposed last year, which was to use surplus revenues to do $150 credits via the utilities. I know the legislature decided to go in a different direction, decided to go with expanding eligibility for LIHEAP. So it was a different direction as far as providing energy rate relief. But steps like these are important at a time when we're seeing just doubling of electricity costs. And taking the opportunity to move forward with this is critical. Now, finding the long-term solutions to resolve a number of the issues that are facing us as far as finding affordable long-term energy solutions. Everybody has their own opinions, whether it's increasing natural gas pipeline capacity, whether it's expanding nuclear, which would be my choice, but or the governor's back to large-scale hydro, or even waiting for technological advances for existing renewables to improve overall affordability. We need to take steps, at least in the short term. And I'm encouraged that Representative Notter said, let's do this for a 2-year cycle. I think that's appropriate, considering the rate relief. I mean, we don't know how long the situation in Europe is going to continue. So we think it's practical to take steps like this, following procedures like we did back in 2012 and continuing on with efforts to try to advance some ratepayer relief at this. I think it's a difficult time for a lot of low income people. And there are other mechanisms, certainly, but I think this is one and it's worth exploring. And that's why we support this legislation. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. I'll ask you a quick question to start off. The mechanism proposed here would probably take 6-8 months to get in place. Do you think that provides relief quickly enough to help folks out there who are trying to make it in a tough economy?
Well, I don't expect that we'll see electricity rates go down over the next 6 to 8 months. I suspect that there's probably going to see a leveling of those costs. So whether they get that relief now or in 6 months, I think it'll still be just as needed. I think we saw it a little bit faster than that in 2012 when we did the, and I understand that how the dockets move in the PUC. It doesn't happen overnight. Nothing happens overnight. Particularly with energy, nothing happens overnight. But to your point, I don't see any near-term reductions in electricity costs. I don't think any of the changes we've seen will have made much of an impact in 6 or 8 months. So I think that rate relief in 6 to 8 months would be just as valuable as rate relief in 2 months.
Great, thank you. Questions for Representative Corman has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Representative Munns testified that the reduction per year would be about $6.25 per customer. Do you really see that making a big difference?
I think for some people, yes, Representative, I think that for some people who are maybe living on the edge, $6 a year might make a difference, but I think it's probably up to them to make that decision.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Getting back to that figure, the question I had asked earlier about that was in this handout says that was created $177 million worth of total economic activity. Now, under this bill, rather than going to that, it would be returned to the ratepayers. Could you comment on what you think the ratepayers would do with this extra money?
I think every ratepayer would make their own decision of what to do with it. As far as economic activity, I've been around a long time, in 20 years and around state politics, and I got to tell you, there have been so many studies that have promised so much economic activity, and what you find is, if you really drill into it, is that there are a lot of assumptions that are made in each and every one of those studies, and none of them consider the alternatives. And to your point, it's a valuable point from an economic perspective. If the money is not spent here, would probably be spent somewhere else, and that would create other economic activity. So it's hard to quantify what the offsets and alternatives are.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In order to qualify for a rebate, you must demonstrate that the measure you're putting forward saves, it is energy efficient. So some commercial clients choose to put in an energy efficient system, even though it's a little more expensive now. They want to save money down the road. And then they get a rebate for doing that. If we removed these rebates, would these commercial clients still be inclined to install energy efficient equipment?
Thank you for the question. There's no question that capital improvements were happening before the Renewable Energy Fund existed. So when people thought that there was a long-term benefit by making a capital investment up front, they would do it. It's not uncommon. Is the incremental incentive enough to make people make a major capital investment? I think that's an impossible question to answer. It's on a case-by-case basis.
Representative Summers has a question. We have 3 more people who want to testify, so let's
really
move on
fast.
quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a very quick question. We've been talking this morning about the ratepayers and how much they would only, $16 or $6 per year, depending on which year, and that it wouldn't go in effect for 6 months. But according to the bill here, it does say that counties and municipalities would recognize the savings on this too. Is that correct?
I don't know. I didn't, I'm sorry, I didn't do the fiscal notes, so I really couldn't speak to it.
Okay, thank you.
There was a time when I did fiscal notes for DHHS, but that time's passed.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we want to thank you for your testimony
Thank you.
and call forward Madeline Minot and Heidi Kroll of the Granite State Hydropower Association. Good morning to you both.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Heidi Kroll. I work at Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell, and I'm here today on behalf of the Granite State Hydropower Association, which is a voluntary nonprofit trade association for the small scale hydro industry here in New Hampshire. Our members own and operate nearly 50 hydro facilities located in 35 towns and cities throughout New Hampshire, totaling approximately 55 megawatts of distributed generation. And with me today is Madeline Minot, who works for Essex Hydro, is a member of the Granite State Hydropower Association, and her role at Essex is Chief Operating Officer. We are opposed to the bill, and I'll turn it over to Madeline to explain our position, and then happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. As Heidi stated, GSHA opposes this bill. Though we certainly support rate relief for New Hampshire electric ratepayers, we do not think that this would provide meaningful rate relief for those ratepayers, and it may actually end up increasing certain costs. As you've heard already, the way that the Renewable Portfolio Standard and the REF works is that all electric suppliers have a compliance obligation, and they can either meet that compliance obligation by purchasing renewable energy certificates or making alternative compliance payments. The alternative compliance payments is what funds the Renewable Energy Fund. Purchasing renewable energy certificates is a significantly lower cost and more efficient way of meeting compliance obligations because the ACP is a ceiling price. Therefore, RECs can always be purchased, typically for significantly less than the equivalent ACP in a given compliance class. Every dollar that goes into the REF then is spent on rebate and grant programs. Every dollar that is spent from the REF, the intent is to increase the supply of RECs. With increasing supply of RECs, the value of RECs goes down, and therefore the cost of compliance for electric suppliers goes down. As you heard, the compliance cost is passed on to ratepayers. And so as we have grant and rebate programs that are spent with the intent of increasing supply of RECs, the compliance cost of the RPS for ratepayers should go down. We also, Granite State Hydropower Association members have competed for those competitive grant programs and have sometimes been successful. This has resulted in refurbished turbines that were no longer operational being put back online and generating renewable energy, as well as new incremental generation at existing projects that also generate new RECs and renewable energy. We also ran some numbers. Our numbers are slightly different than Representative Munn's, but I will share them with you. So ACP payments are variable year to year. In the last 5 years, that's varied from a low of $2.5 million in 2019 to a high of $7.19 million last year in 2021. If that is rebated to ratepayers, that would be equivalent. Last year, the high amount in the last 5 years would be 0.068 cents per kilowatt hour. And so an average residential ratepayer that uses 600 kilowatt hours would see a reduction of 41 cents on their monthly bill. So to put that into context, I live in Unitil territory. If I had used 600 kilowatt hours last month in January, my bill would be $218.20. If this bill were enacted, my bill would have instead been $217.79. I can guarantee you that that rate reduction would not be very noticeable to your constituents. As was already mentioned, for the competitive grant program, the scoring is very much weighted to encourage private investment. The dollars spent are typically matched with $4.6 on average of private investment. As someone who runs a renewable energy business, I can tell you that grants that will lower our return on investment when we're looking at making a big investment can make the difference between us deciding to do a project or not do a project. We're happy to take any questions.
Okay, you guys asked for 5 minutes and you have hit the 4-minute and 15-second mark. So well done.
Thanks.
Okay, any questions for Granite State Hydropower? Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So as I understand it, you said that with the Renewable Energy Fund, that actually helps create more renewable energy, which creates more RECs, and therefore the supply of RECs increases, therefore the price of RECs decreases. Now, you are representing people who actually produce renewable energy. So I'm just curious, why is it in your interest for the price of RECs to decrease?
So I can tell you that when we model out investments, we know that renewable energy is going to continue to develop. So I can tell you that in our financial models, we assume a decreasing value of RECs. We know that this is going to happen, and so we factor that in. We're not trying to fight against that. We don't want to, hoard RECs so that they are worth more. We know that this is how the renewable portfolio standard in every New England state was designed, is to increase goals, but at the same time have mechanisms to increase the development of renewable energy and to increase the supply of RECs, with the goal that over time, the supply will increase. And so it's not something we're trying to fight, but I can tell you that the grant programs funded by the REF are very beneficial to GSHA members. As I'm saying, when we're looking at making significant investments, which may increase the generation at some of our projects, having a grant like that is important to us.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we appreciate you being here. And now we'll call forward Meredith Hatfield, representing the Nature Conservancy.
Good morning, Chairman Vos, members of the committee. Meredith Hatfield for the Nature Conservancy. We oppose this bill because we think that both the RPS and the Renewable Energy Fund are important pieces of a diversified portfolio approach to meeting New Hampshire's energy needs. And I'm reminded of the discussions that you had during your orientation about the challenges with default service, both the volatility in the price, but also the challenges with procuring it. And we think that investing in renewable energy is an important part of insulating our state from volatility while also growing our clean energy economy. People definitely need and deserve rate relief, and I think the state has already taken significant steps to build on our already very effective programs that are administered through our community action agencies. But this bill, seems to not really make a dent in people's energy bills. And I would really encourage the committee to think much more about bills than rates, and to think about renewable programs as a way to help us all reduce our bills. I wanted to point you to the Renewable Energy Fund report that was issued by the Department of Energy. It's dated October 1st, 2022. On page 30, the department says, as this report illustrates, demand for rebates and grant awards continues to be strong. And I believe they're referring to the Renewable Energy Fund. Rebate and grant funds have leveraged over $381 million in private investment, providing a boost to the state's economy and creating jobs for electricians, plumbers, and alternative energy businesses. In addition, there has been substantial growth in distributed generation renewable energy systems that serve to diversify our energy supply, reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and increase our energy independence. I also wanted to make sure that you've reviewed the fiscal note on the bill. It's been discussed by a few prior speakers, including the representative of the department, but the fiscal note does indicate that county and local governments would see their revenues decline as grants from the Renewable Energy Fund would no longer be available. And I think anyone who pays property taxes in the state understands that state and local governments, local and county governments can use all the help that they can in reducing things like their energy bills. And lastly, I would like to just amplify the comments of the department's representative about the fact that they would no longer have funds to administer the law, which includes oversight of compliance, which we believe is an important function of the department. Thank you.
Well done. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You asked for 3, so you're right on. Any questions for Ms. Hatfield? Seeing none, I thank you.
Thank you.
And I call the final person to speak on this bill, Sam Evans Brown from Clean Energy, New Hampshire. Didn't we just see you here yesterday? Welcome back.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Many of the points that I was going to make have been made already, particularly I think when it comes to the cost of renewable portfolio standard compliance. I think that would be an unintended consequence of this bill. But I'd also just like to say again that there are precious few policies in the state of New Hampshire that are encouraging fuel diversity at this point, and the Renewable Portfolio Standard and the Renewable Energy Fund is, I would argue, the most powerful policy that we have in place that is in fact encouraging fuel diversity. And the market structures that we have in New England at this point have done an excellent job at ensuring merit order dispatch of existing power plants, which is to say it's done an excellent job of ensuring that the power plants that we have already are the cheapest ones are running first. They have not necessarily done an excellent job of encouraging a diverse portfolio of generation assets that can act as a hedge against volatile fuel prices. And so while the prospect of rate relief, I'm sure, is an attractive one, it's one that comes with peril down the road if there is not investment in different sources of fuel and if we overinvest on a single source of fuel. So I would urge the committee to find this bill inexpedient to legislate. As just a small note, if we are looking at thinking of ways for the Renewable Energy Fund to perhaps be better leveraged, there are plenty of opportunities, I would argue, to investigate the ways in which the rebates and grants are being dispersed and trying to target those rebates and grants at projects that truly would not happen if it were not for those grants, such as investments in new turbines and in hydro facilities that have a lot of upfront capital costs. It's a perfect example of the program working well. And perhaps a path forward would be to suggest that this bill look at the structure of how the Renewable Energy Fund is spent and ensure that most of those investments are in fact additional as opposed to going to projects that may be able to advance on their own merits.
Great. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Sam Evans Brown? Seeing none, I guess we're done. We thank you. So is there anyone else who hasn't spoken here this morning who would like to speak to the committee on this bill? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on this bill, House Bill 246, and ask Representative Ploget to give us the blue sheet recommendation.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. House Bill 246. The blue sheet, there was 1 for and 1 against. Online, there was 5 in support and 148 opposed.
Okay, thank you. So if anybody needs to take a quick break, we'll start our next public hearing in about 2 minutes. Okay, time to get going.
Brought to my attention that I checked the wrong box, and so I'm just drawing that to attention.
All right. I'm going to open a public hearing on House Bill 161 relative to customer generators of electricity as group hosts under net metering. The prime sponsor of this bill is Representative McGee, who is absent today. And standing in for Representative McGee, we're going to call on Representative Reynolds to introduce this bill. Is that correct, Representative McWilliams? That's what I was told earlier.
My apologies. I thought Representative Reynolds would introduce this. If we could just wait one moment, if not, I will. Is that all right if we take a minute?
Okay, if somebody could find Representative Reynolds and there we go. Here comes Representative Reynolds, who will now introduce House Bill 161 relative to customer generators of electricity as group hosts under net metering. All yours, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm honored to be here in the stead of our distinguished ranking member, Representative McGee. Wish that it wasn't the case, that she could be here herself, but hope I'll do it justice to testifying on her bill here. This is her statement. This bill, HB 161, is a simple bill correcting language on group net metering hosting regarding who is eligible to participate. In the last session, the group host language was modified to include municipal group hosts under the statute RSA 362A9, Section 14A. However, language remained that kept an exclusion for anyone who already generates any of their own energy. That exemption, I am told by stakeholders who will likely be attending the hearing today, was intended to prevent customer generators from receiving a double benefit. The most likely members in a group hosting arrangement are individuals and businesses who are interested in offsetting their utility costs by investing in local sustainable energy resources. In some cases, those looking to join a group hosting arrangement already have, for example, solar rooftop panels, but they would like to further offset their energy needs. And I believe they should have the right to take part in group hosting for net. Sorry, I've got something going on. They should have the right to take part in group hosting as both a customer generator and a member of another group hosting arrangement. The concern for the issue of double dipping no longer exists because utilities have implemented the ability to accurately track net metering credits on customer bills. So the original concern is gone, so the exemption should also be gone. I've also been given examples of businesses who are currently offsetting their utility bills by, say, 10% with previous rooftop solar installations, but who are prohibited under this exemption from joining a local group host to purchase additional clean energy to offset the other 90% of their needs. In many cases, businesses advertise their environmentally friendly practices as part of their branding to customers. So not allowing those people who are most likely to participate in group hosting to pursue group hosting deals has the effect of holding back the free market. it has placed an unnecessary roadblock in statute. We want New Hampshire ratepayers to participate in locally generated energy in order to help them lower their bills. Competition brings prices down and reinforces New Hampshire's economy. I'll close by stating that the point of group hosting is to give people options, to promote competition, and to encourage local control. It's important that we learn from our own research, such as our own research, that the long-standing fear of potential cost shifting was not supported by the long-awaited Value of Distributed Energy report. That incidental cost shifting of perhaps 1%, which was confirmed in the VDER report, pales in comparison to the over 100% electric rate hike that consumers have suffered in this market. We've been talking about where competition's been stifled by this exemption. We can start by removing the group hosting exemption that says you can only participate if you do not already have any self-sited generation, helping to lower your bills. That's an artificial constraint, and it doesn't help customers lower their bills. So if we can agree that we want to do everything we can to help Granite Staters lower their electric bills, please join me in supporting HB 161.
Okay, thank you for introducing this legislation. Now let's find out if the members of the committee have any questions about it. Representative Berezny has a question.
Thank you, Chairman. Looking at this RSA, later down on line 8, it has the host shall, and then if you continue on to line 9, in the middle there, shall certify that all members of the group, and then continue to line 11, that the total historic annual load of the group members together with the host exceeds the projected annual output of the host facility. So my question is, if you remove this part that says that other customers can't be customer generators, how can the host certify that the total load is not going to be a certain amount?
So I don't have that language in front of me, but what I do know about the entire group hosting, group net metering and group hosting arrangements is that the idea is that the energy consumption off the grid of the group must exceed that of the customer sited generation. And so the annual projected production of a solar facility is a very predictable thing, and the energy consumption of the group members is obtained from their historical consumption, their bills. So that's the way this group net metering deal works. This bill addresses the fact that it was previously impossible for someone who was already hosting some solar, say, of their own, but that solar may have only met like 10% of their building load. They were prevented from participating in a group net metering arrangement where they could be sort of virtually getting renewable energy from another place. So now the utilities have the ability to accurately meter and read it, so we don't need to have that exclusion in place anymore.
I guess
Follow up.
Yeah. So this requires, like further down, this requires the host to certify that the total load is going to be a certain amount. If the host doesn't have control over what renewable energy some of the customers may or may not have, and if they can generate their own electricity, then that changes the total load. And I don't know how the host can certify that.
Well, another aspect of the group net metering regime is that group hosts must file a report annually with the PUC. So all the participants are required to keep track and certify annually that their consumption and the production are in compliance, with the rules of the program.
Okay, additional questions? I have a question. So if I'm a customer generator and I'm net metering myself, and then I get invited by you to join your group, and you're the host of that group and you're net metering, why is that not double dipping on net metering? Or how is that not double dipping on net metering?
Well, because net metering is just a mechanism, well established, used all over the country, by which any excess generation at certain times of day that customer sited generation may produce goes to the grid, and the customer who owns that generation is compensated for that. Excess generation happens during only certain times, certain days. It doesn't happen on cloudy days, doesn't happen at night, happens during the, bright sunny. So all of the net metering and the group net metering is just designed to give proper compensation to those who have invested their own money in generating electricity and putting it on the grid at their peak time of production, where it goes over the grid to their neighbor, and the utility sells it next door. So again, the group net metering rules, which I described earlier, are designed to not allow the excess generation, to get out of hand, to be more than all of the members in the group use themselves in their buildings. That's the best I can do.
Good try.
Thanks.
Good answer. Would it occur to you that adding language to this legislation that would specify that a customer generator could be a member of the group as long as that customer generator did not net meter him or herself, would that be something that could be clarifying for this legislation?
I think that would be counter to the intent of the legislation. The reason we don't, it isn't fair and it's unnecessary. It's an infringement to exclude a customer who is net metering from also being a member of a group, is because the customer sited generation, rarely meets the needs of the total energy needs of that customer all the time. It's rare is the building whose energy needs can be met by a solar array on the roof. So you put solar all over the roof that you can. If you're an industrial customer, say down in Hudson in the energy park, in the industrial park, and most of the time there's no net metering going on because the consumption in that building is so high. But sometimes, again, a couple of months of the year, a couple of days of the month, there may be some exporting going on. And that's the only time when, net metering is in play, that customer generator is getting paid for the energy they export. The utility is immediately reselling that energy to their next door neighbor. But, other members, so they might want to join a group net metering arrangement to have more of their energy come from solar. And they're still paying for that energy. It's not free to them.
Okay, additional questions for Representative Reynolds? Seeing none, I thank you for introducing House Bill 161. Next, I'll call upon Griffin Robarge from the Department of Energy to give us the department's perspective on this legislation, proposed legislation.
Thank you, Chairman Vos, members of the committee. For the record, again, Griffin Roberge, State Energy Program Manager at the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The New Hampshire Department of Energy is opposed to House Bill 161 as introduced. For background, this state statute was modified, and I should say state statute itself was modified in 2013 to establish group net metering. The statute permits net metered renewable energy facilities known as group hosts to share the proceeds of surplus electricity generation with other electric utility account holders known as group members. Group members must not be customer generators themselves under the current statute and do not need, do not need to be customer generators as was originally outlined when the statute was created, and do not need to make any changes to their existing electric service. In these arrangements, as has been discussed, the total load of the group host plus all the group members must be greater or equal to the annual generation output from the group host generation. The theory behind this statute when it was created was to direct the benefits of net metering to customers or group members who could not take advantage of net metering themselves because they did not have the means to fund or construct a net metering facility. Either a customer generator acting as a group host, either you're on one side or the other of a certain line. Either you are a group host and you're a customer generator and you're sharing those benefits with group members, or you are a group or you're a member of that group, you're not a customer generator yourself. You couldn't be on both sides of the line simultaneously. Last year, Senate Bill 262, which was signed into law, originally sought to remove the requirement, as House Bill 161 is doing here, remove the requirement that group members shall not be customer generators themselves. Public testimony, as Senate Bill 262 was working its way through the legislative process, indicated that the statute was limiting to municipal group host net metering arrangements. Group host arrangements couldn't be formed in a municipality if, say, a fire station or a town hall had a net metered facility on it and you had a larger, group host down the road. DOE at that time proposed language, which you see on lines 5 to 6, which would narrowly allow an exception for political subdivisions, such as cities, towns, counties, chartered public schools, and certain types of customer generators in another area of statute. That language was amended before this committee and was ultimately what was signed into law, giving municipalities a greater flexibility for these group host net metering arrangements. And as I mentioned, that language is found on lines 5 to 6. That's the exception. As I mentioned, House Bill 161 seeks to accomplish what Senate Bill 262 last year originally intended. The bill would broadly expand the number and types of customers who can take part in group net metering arrangements, including group members who are already customer generators themselves. In our opinion, this policy change significantly alters the intent of the group net metering statute from one that seeks to direct net metering benefits to those who cannot be customer generators themselves to those who may already have the means of controlling their energy costs as customer generators. We do view this as a department as a sizable change, as I mentioned, to the group net metering statute. And as a note, the PUC currently has an ongoing docket looking into revisions to the net energy metering tariffs in DE 22-060. I think the department would respectfully suggest letting the PUC arrive at those decisions through that adjudication with an active stakeholder engagement process through an active adjudication before making substantial changes as is being proposed in House Bill 161. Should the committee feel differently and wish to move forward with the proposed language unamended, DOE would suggest removing the language on lines 5 to 6. If the intent is to allow customer generators to be group members in group host arrangements, removing the sentence on, retaining the sentence on lines 5 to 6 would make little sense. It's just kind of hanging there. And with that, happy to take any questions the committee has.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the committee. Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just trying to figure the flow of all this. If this bill passed, and maybe you can help me out with it a little bit, it would appear that if you're a customer generator and you're also a net and you're net metering, and then you become part of a group that also has a generator, because obviously that's why you would join. So then your options could be you could net meter onto the grid. You could obviously consume your own electricity. You could supply electricity to the group host entity, or you could collect electricity from the group host. And how would we keep track of all these different options if they indeed are all options?
So thank you for the question. When it comes to group host net metering arrangements, there are applications that need to take place. So people submit obviously to the New Hampshire Department of Energy in order to enter into these type of arrangements and then detail how benefits are allocated out. If the language were to go forward, utilities also, ascertain how much generation is being consumed within the group. I imagine if you have customer generators in that, utilities would likely measure the net from that customer generator who is a group member. So they might be net metering themselves and consuming some of that power. The difference that they maybe aren't meeting with their own facility would likely be used to calculate the group net metering arrangement. To back up, I guess holistically is that, I think the department feels is that the intent of the statute as was originally prescribed years ago was to drive the benefits of net metering to those who cannot take advantage of net metering themselves. With this bill is to go forward, you are allowing those who are already customer generators to then also get the benefit of group host net metering as well. We just feel like that's a sizable change from what's been intended.
Follow up?
Follow up.
But you would agree that this creates a much larger complication in just trying to keep track of all the flow of the power because of all these various options that now would be there.
I think folks in our consumer division would agree with that sentiment.
Thank you.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. And you may or may not know the answer to this, but there was a case in California in 2021 pertaining to a Ponzi scheme where the host was a solar provider and then group members were solar members, and each group member was to bring on more solar members, and it was found to be, I think the owner was found to be fined 30 years in prison. Could this possibly happen in this case if this bill was to where host and the generators could both, and generators could also become combined in a group at the same time, producing at the same time?
Thank you for the question. I would be reluctant to assume that something like that could take place in New Hampshire. I'm not overly familiar with the circumstances that you refer to in California. Obviously, each state has different net metering laws and that type of thing. I'm not sure if there was something that was applicable more to California than maybe what would be done here in New Hampshire. So respectfully, I couldn't comment too much on that, but thank you.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here again. Apologize if I missed something in your description. There is an exception for political subdivisions, so towns can join, can be a customer generator and join a group host.
Yep.
Presumably that was because there was a benefit to them in terms of lower rates. And if that is in fact the case, then why shouldn't, other consumers have the same benefit of a rate reduction?
Thank you for the question. So I think I'd just back up a little bit to when the municipal host statute was created. The statute allows municipal hosts to operate above 1 megawatt but less than 5 to group net meter with political subdivisions, so that's cities, towns, what have you. I think the theory behind that was that obviously the legislature decided that that's something worthwhile to direct benefit to municipalities, but that never existed before. So you might have had municipalities who might not necessarily had the load to satisfy a group host net metering arrangement, such as under the municipal host statute. Going back to the example, you might have a fire station or a town hall that already had a solar facility on it. They couldn't include that in a group host net metering arrangement. So what was done last year was it created that narrow carve out to give a little bit of a narrower flexibility to municipalities, given the expansion of the net metering cap for municipal host statute. I think broadly, I guess, expanding that and just saying you can be a customer generator or whatever, you can now take part in these group hosts would be a sizable change from what was done under the municipal host statute and then the change last year as well.
Follow up?
Granted, it would be a significant change, but would it have a positive impact on rates?
If you're asking me for like a specific data or anything like that, I couldn't give that right now, but I think I would defer just because the PUC, as I mentioned, the PUC is currently adjudicating this issue and determining whether any changes to the net metering tariffs should take place. I'm sure for folks that it would, I'm sure for folks that there would be a benefit if you're a customer generator yourself and want to take part in a group host net metering arrangement. But again, we've always viewed the intent of the statute with directing the benefits of group host net metering to those who cannot take advantage of be a customer generator themselves.
Representative McWilliams has a question.
Thank you, Chair Bose, and thank you, Mr. Roberge, for your testimony today. So I want to go back to a question about the value of distributed energy report.
Yes.
Where we determine there's less than 1% cost shifting in large net metering, or really any net metering. So I want to understand, I know we were dipping our toes in the water when we first started in 2013 with the legislative intent, either to be a group host or a member. You couldn't be on both sides of the line. And now it looks like we're starting to open things up to municipalities, to your point. So I guess my question is, how many customer generators does this proposed bill exempt?
So thank you for the question. I'd have to at least maybe shop that around with our consumer services division just because they register these group hosts and that type of thing. I'm not aware that the department currently registers folks for being an independent customer generator. It's more for, I believe, group host net metering arrangements as is defined in the statute. Regarding the VDER study, obviously that study was brought about per PUC order in an earlier net metering docket. The study was crafted in an effort to kind of pave the way for the PUC's future adjudication looking into net metering statutes and to whether cost shifting is occurring. Obviously, the VDER study found very, very, very minimal effects of cost shifting, but broadly, the questions to whether or not cost shifting is occurring is an open question that's currently pending before the PUC. The VDER study we would submit is a part of that, is a part of maybe answering that question. So sizable changes such as this, I think we would suggest should maybe be reserved for when the PUC finally reaches reaches the conclusion of that adjudication.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Can you give me the estimated conclusion date of this PUC follow-up to the VDER study? I thought we were pretty much clear that it's nil. So what is the date of this next study?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. So I know the PUC issued an order early last year opening up potential revisions to the net metering statute, and I can certainly share that notice with folks here on the committee. In the first paragraph of that, and I'm doing this from memory, it cited Senate Bill 261 from last year and House Bill 1599 as reasons to potentially open up the docket again to look at net metering statutes. So again, letting the PUC to fully adjudicate these issues before making sizable changes might be something for the legislature to consider.
Okay, seeing no further questions from the committee, we want to thank you, Mr. Roberge, for
Thank you.
presenting the department's perspective on this legislation. Next, I'll call the final person who has signed up to speak on this bill, and that's Jim Monahan, who is representing Revision Energy. Good morning, Mr. Monahan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jim Monahan with the DuPont Group. I'm here today on behalf of Revision Energy. I'm glad I got to speak last because I think there was some clarity that came through the questions where I think we can resolve some of the open issues before the committee. Let me just say the practical issues that we're trying to resolve with this bill are situations where a group is forming or a group has formed for net metering and a customer who already has self-generating, typically a solar panel, wants to join the group. And so there's nothing in state law that says that customer can't join the group. So it wouldn't necessarily expand it. But what it does as a practical matter, the situation says, but that existing solar array you have on your roof, you have to unplug it and take it take it away. You can't make it part of the group. So I think Representative Vos, I actually had a client yesterday who signed off an email saying, clarity is kindness. And I think you offered some kindness in your observations. The intention here is to avoid double dipping, not to allow for it. So I think your suggestion that language be put in the bill to be clear that we're not allowing the existing self-generator to double dip will add clarity to the conversation here. So I appreciate that. You know, the practical situation we're offering here is not to expand group net metering beyond the limitations that are there now. It wouldn't change the credits. It wouldn't affect many of the issues or any of the issues perhaps that the PUC is considering in the VEDA study. Is just trying to deal with a very practical situation where if somebody decided to self-generate several years ago and now there's the opportunity for them to join a group, they should be able to do so. They shouldn't be allowed to double dip, and we want to get rid of that situation so we can come up with some, hopefully work with you in the committee to come up with language for that. I can talk to the Department of Energy to see if that resolves some of their concerns. There's one last thing that, and I'll talk to Griff about this, and I just caught it now, but on line 8 of the bill, it makes reference to the host shall provide a list of members to the commission, but the balance of the bill talks about providing information to the department. I think this is just one of the, and I can double check this with the department, I just think it's one more of those situations when you created a Department of Energy, you transferred responsibility. This is just, we're catching them as we come along. I think that's probably something that we want to correct here as well. So as long as if we are working on an amendment, I would do that. With regard to Mr. Griffin's observations that if this bill is enacted, I think there's right. It may again be kind with clarity and remove the or you may not need the political subdivision carve out because you'd be allowing this for anyone that came to it. Finally, from another practical concern, and that is that if a existing self-generator is going to join a group and they surrender the credit responsibility and join the HOPE, it may mean that the group then can build a smaller self-generating facility because they'd be able to move the power from the existing facility into the larger group. So there's that cost savings for the group and for the members that are there. So I don't see this necessarily as a huge, certainly Department of Energy, they can change their mind in this. This is some sort of substantial change in things, particularly if we're not allowing the double dipping. And honestly, as I said before, we're not asking to change the current restrictions on the size and composition of a group. I'll leave it at that and answer any questions the committee might have.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So do I understand correctly that as long as there would be some language added to this bill as an amendment to prohibit double dipping, that you would be in favor of it?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
And I apologize for not having, throughout the course of the summer, the folks at Revision worked with many of the utilities to work out the mechanics of this. The presumption was we were attempting to eliminate the double dipping. We think we did, but adding it in the bill doesn't create any harm to what we're trying to achieve here. And in fact, creates the clarity that we think would be helpful.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for clearing up some of this stuff. Just to follow up on Representative Corman. So as I understood what you said, what you want to do is allow someone that has a solar panel, for example, who wants to join the group, allow them to not have to unplug the panel like they have to do now.
Correct.
But also not get any kind of financial benefit by virtue of tapping into net metering twice.
Right. They'd have to surrender and no longer take the credit they get from the utility. Instead, they would get the benefit as being a part of the group, and the host would manage that compensation for them.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So my question would be about the language that Mr. Robarge referred to in lines 5 and 6, the exception that was added last year as an amendment to House Bill 2 or Senate Bill 262.
Yep.
Essentially, that exemption was designed to deal with political subdivisions, correct? So let's take my town of Epping as an example. Let's say we have a solar installation on our municipal safety complex. And Revision Energy comes in and they want to put up a solar array and add our library and our town hall and our historical society and other municipal buildings to a group for which they become the host. This exemption would allow our safety complex, which also has solar panels on it, to become part of the group. Correct. Is the motivation for Revision Energy to try to gobble up all of the potential load that a town has so as to build the biggest possible facility that it can, and therefore net meter as much power as it possibly can?
Under the current law, is that?
Yes.
Well, I'd have to talk to them, but I think the general, and we can have folks that come in and size these things for customers. I think the general sense is that you're trying to build the solar facility to match the load. And so there's just a trick to getting that right. I'm not sure the gobble up is the industry term that they would necessarily use, but I think they're trying to match it. But I think they, if you're going to be in the business of working for the town of Epping, you want to maximize the value. So I think that they would try to do that. And the example of your safety complex, they would want to be able to use that facility to help, feed the other municipal facilities. So that's the what was allowed for under the provisions of Senate Bill 262 last year. So you didn't have that ironic situation where your safety building in Epping, which already has solar, wouldn't be part of the group. You'd want it to be. It would make sense for that to occur. And this simply makes the same adjustment for residential businesses, farms, other people that are willing to surrender their current credit to become part of a group.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. I just thought of something.
Yeah.
I mean, and excuse my ignorance, but if let's say that let's use the town of Epping where they're getting their own net metering credit, and then they join a group, and they could get another credit. Is there anything that prevents somebody that's a customer generator that's already getting a rate from then sharing that rate with everybody else in addition to the rate, the net metering rate they'd get as part of the group? I guess what I'm coming back to is there a potential benefit to all of the members of the group by having double dipping?
My instinct says no. Double dipping is usually looked at as something you wouldn't
Selfish.
want necessarily. Yeah. So,
Okay.
I presume the example that Representative Vos talked about is that the safety building in Epping doesn't double dip. They've come to some sort of a mechanism to ensure that wouldn't happen. But I think adding that clarity in the statute makes sense.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just trying to get my handle on this double dipping, so let me just kind of walk through it a little bit and see if I've got it, and correct me if I'm wrong. Right now, you have someone who is a net metering generator, and they're generating out, through the net metering statute, and sometimes they're putting power on the grid, sometimes they're consuming it. And then there's a group organization that is made up of a generator and then other customers who consume electricity. And they sometimes produce enough electricity for the whole group. Sometimes they're taking it off the grid. Sometimes they may even be exporting it onto the grid. Now, when you combine the two of them together, what the double dipping part that you want to eliminate is the ability for both generators to export independently onto the grid or the net meter. So they would only go, the electricity from the new generator joining the group could only go for their own use or for use for the other people in the group, but they couldn't net meter it as an individual while they were part of the group. Is that what you're saying?
I think so. But so the situation talked about would be, both the incumbent, the legacy facility and the new facility would both export into the, into the grid. But the legacy customer would not get the existing credit arrangement he or she has with the utility. They would surrender that and instead be compensated by the host. And the host is managing both the new generating facility and the legacy facility when it comes to export.
Okay, and just a quick follow-up.
Yes, go ahead.
As I mentioned earlier, the Department of Energy person, I just wonder how complicated this is going to be to manage from a rate point of view, to keep track of it. I don't know if the utilities are putting any thought to that yet, but it'd be interesting to figure out if this is something that first of all, can it be done, and how complicated is it going to be to do it? So
Usually when I get questions like that, I say, well, we gave these people an absolute monopoly. They can figure it out, but I won't say that today. But I think there is an emerging responsibility on the part of the utilities to come up with mechanisms to handle this type of thing, particularly as the legislature and policymakers, be it the expansion of municipal net metering last year. I think it's, that there may be some administrative challenges, but I think they're up to the task.
all right, thank you. And I have heard you not say that many times in the past.
I'm being kind this morning, Representative Harrington. So
See-
again, we're not trying to change the world here. We're trying to address a practical situation where a host situation should be welcoming of somebody who's already kind of made the investment. We just want to handle the mechanics to make sure that they can join. We're not and we're not trying to create any extra benefit to either the host or the generator that is participating.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Seeing no further questions, I would like to ask Mr. Roberge if you could come back up, because I have a question about how this whole group net metering arrangement works in practice, and I'm hopeful that you can maybe provide an answer for us.
Thank you, Chairman Vos. I will try. If I can't, I will follow back up with the committee.
Okay, thank you. So here's my question. It was my understanding that the way group net metering works is that the host, the customer generator who's the host, when he supplies his power to the group members, that's treated as net metered power, and he receives credit against the power that he sends out to the group members at the net metering rate. Is that the way group net metering works?
I believe that to be the case, yes. So
As
you
you
would follow
understand
under, depending on the size of the group host, obviously you'd fall under the applicable net metering tariff. So 1.0, 2.0, whether or not you're 1 to 100 kilowatt, 100 kilowatts to 1 megawatt. Obviously, any type of application to have any type of desire to enter a group host net metering arrangement, as Mr. Monahan did point out, does not go to the PUC anymore. It goes to the department. So I would agree that probably a good housekeeping change on line 8 would make sense from commission to department. But all of those are reviewed by the department. All of the applications are reviewed by the department to ensure that they are in conformance with state statute and administrative rule. Yes, I'll stop there. I'm rambling.
So just to sum up, the benefit to the members of the group is that the host is receiving compensation that allows him to charge group members less money for
It
their
can, but there's
electricity?
also, and I can unpack this a little bit more with follow-up to the committee, there is also the option for on-bill crediting so that members, group members see a direct benefit on their electric bill from these group host net metering arrangements. What you're describing, group host gets the benefit and then disperses it. I think that's an option, but it's not the only option, I guess I could say.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. All right, Representative Harrington has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me take my question. I'm still trying to follow the logic on this. So let's get to the world where we have an existing group that has net metering in it, and they just, like I said before, they would either, their options are they produce electricity from their solar facility. Some days they consume it all. Some days they have surplus and they put it back on the grid. Some days they have to import from the grid.
Yep.
Now we bring in this new second generator comes in who was previously net metering. Let's say they're all under a megawatt, so they're on the default service rate, just to make things simplify. So that person was doing basically the same thing as an individual, and they were selling it, exporting it to the grid and getting default service rate. Sometimes they import, sometimes they cover their own use with their own generation. Now, when they join that other group, how is the electricity they produce treated? Is it when they produce it and it goes into other group members, is that just internal to the group, or do they get default service rate for that? How does that work?
I'm not, thank you for the question. If it's all right, I would like to follow up with you just because Amanda Noonan in our Consumer Services Division could probably vet that a little bit more thoroughly than I can sitting here right here and now. Her team goes through that quite often, and I think they're a little bit more familiar with the changes with the narrow exception that was proposed in Senate Bill 262. I realize the urgency in getting more information on this, so let me unpack that with staff and I'll follow up with the
All
committee.
right, thank you, because it is pretty confusing.
Yep.
That's the problem. Thank you.
Who would be the correct person within the DOE to give us a tutorial on group net metering?
It would likely be Deandra. I'm not even going to try pronouncing her last name, and I'm hoping she's not watching because I'm going to butcher it. But Amanda Noonan as well. There is a slide there. We do have a page on our website to kind of give a high-level overview as to how group net metering arrangements work. But Deandra has been out sick, and Amanda Noonan has been out of the office as well. So I want to talk to them a little bit more before presenting information, make sure it's accurate.
Okay, I may ask the department to give us a tutorial on group net metering at some point in the future. It'll probably be a couple of months down the road, but just alert them, if you will, to the fact that we will be looking for that, just to make sure we fully understand it.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for coming up and answering our questions. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak on this bill who has not spoken previously? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 161 and ask Representative Ploget to give us the blue sheet statistics.
Thank you, Chairman Bowles. House Bill 161, the blue sheet, there was 7 in favor, none opposed. Online, there was 66 in favor, none opposed.
Okay, thank you very much. And that concludes our morning activity. Lunch break starts right now. And we will return here at 1:30 to hear the next bill on our list, which is House Bill 165. So we'll see you then. Have a nice lunch. resume this hearing in 1 minute. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's resume our activity for today, the final day of January for 2023. At the beginning of our session this morning, I mentioned that Representative Thomas and I wanted to do some experimentation with our scheduling and wanted to get the input of the members of the committee on our ideas, our plans. So the first plan was to schedule public hearings for 1/2 hour each instead of an hour. And if any public hearing exceeded that 30-minute span, we would open the next public hearing, but then return to the previous public hearing and leave the subsequent public hearing open until we got to it. Some other committees do business this way, and it seems to work for them. The Senate often does business this way. In fact, the Senate sometimes even schedules bills at 15-minute intervals. So that's one idea that we're toying with. And I'd like to get a sense from members of the committee if they'd be willing to experiment with that idea for a couple of sessions, a couple of committee sessions, and see how it works. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to clarify that you spoke with Representative Doug Thomas about ideas for experimentation. I feel that's very important.
Okay, Representative Doug Thomas and I came up with this idea.
Just reverse me as the taller one.
The taller Thomas helped us come up with that idea. The other idea that we want to bounce off people, I've been scheduling exec sessions at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and that runs the risk that we might be here until 5 or 6 or potentially even 7 o'clock in the evening, which makes for a long day. So Representative Doug Thomas and I have discussed the potential of moving exec sessions to either the first thing in the morning at 9 o'clock or moving them to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then potentially having public hearings after the exec sessions. Does anybody have any strong feelings about that? Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, I would have a strong objection to doing it at 9 in the morning just because of my own personal situation. I work in the mornings, so that would make it very difficult for me.
How about 1 o'clock?
That would be acceptable.
Representative Berezhny.
I have the same situation. 1 o'clock would work better. Thank you.
Representative Harrington.
Anything's better than 4.
Representative Wendy Thompson.
Thomas, thank you. But this, just to make clear, this would not add another hearing day, right? This would just adjust times?
Yes,
Okay.
the idea is we'd still meet on Mondays and Tuesdays.
Okay.
We wouldn't add a third day, except in the case of this week where we got snowed out.
I would prefer 1 o'clock.
Okay, 1 o'clock. No other feelings from the committee? Okay, so when you see the schedule for next week, Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to weigh in on the idea of how things work in the Senate, or in my particular case, how things don't work. I think 15 minutes is really too brief. I would be happy to experiment with a half hour, but I would urge you to avoid the longer jams that we have in the Senate when people are waiting to testify there. And just thinking about people waiting in the hall.
Yes, I would never go to 15 minutes. I just mentioned that they did it that way in the Senate, just to be illustrative of other ways of doing things. So when you see your schedule next week, we will probably experiment with doing half-hour public hearings. And we'll just do it for 1 week and see how it goes. And then we'll decide, do we want to keep doing it this way or do we want to go back to an hour? What seems to work? And then we'll also schedule our public hearings not at 4 o'clock, probably not at 9 o'clock. So it's probably 1 o'clock, but we'll make that determination. You'll see it in the calendar next week. Representative McWilliams.
Thank you so much, Chairman Bose. I think that half an hour makes a lot of sense, but we might want to just allow a little bit of catch-up time. So I would propose, normally we would do 9 to 12, 3 bills. If we did 9 to 11:30, 5 bills, and it allows that half hour for running to noon for the lunch break, that might give us a buffer.
Okay, good suggestion. Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that's exactly what I proposed to the chair, so thank you for that. This will perhaps shouldn't be, doesn't have to be said, but maybe does. With this type of schedule, it will incentivize people to stick to the salient points of their comments and their testimony. Perhaps we can get better, points said during that brief time period, so other people can brief as well within the same time period.
Good point. Any further comments on this proposal or these proposals? Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's one of those things where if you wash the car, it's going to rain. So if you schedule 15 minutes, we're going to have a room full of people. If you schedule an hour, we will have a 15-minute hearing. It's just the way it goes.
There is a certain amount of that. That's life, right? It's called life. So, okay. Well, thank you for giving us your sense of how things might go. We'll do some experimenting next week, and then we'll regroup and discuss how it went, and then chart a path forward from there. So with that, we can now move on to the business of the afternoon, which is to open a public hearing on House Bill 165 relative to Department of Energy procedures in lieu of meeting renewable portfolio standards for biomass. And I'll call on the prime sponsor of House Bill 165, Representative Michael Harrington, to introduce this legislation.
This should be relatively easy. Because of a confusion on my spot when I was writing these, actually I was on vacation trying to get LSRs caught up. Anyways, I'd like to ITL the bill. The class 3 renewable portfolio requirement is now administratively been lowered to 1% because there just simply isn't enough pre-2006 wood burning plants to make up the higher number. So this bill has become basically unnecessary. So I can't withdraw it. So I'm hoping everyone will agree with me. Just vote ITL, and I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Representative Harrington? Seeing none, I guess you're off the hook. All right. I also have a pink card here from Jason Stock of the Timberland Owners Association. Now, Mr. Stock wanted to testify on both this bill and the next bill, which is House Bill 166. And I'm perfectly willing to allow that. So, Mr. Stock, if you want to come and give us your take on these two bills, I guess your take on 165 will be pretty brief. But you can let us know your feelings about 166 and be economical with your time. Or if you would prefer, you could just wait until 166. Okay. So Representative Thomas, Doug Thomas, just asked me the question, can this testimony be accepted if the bill hasn't been introduced? So that's a relevant question. So maybe we should ask you to wait until we introduce 166 before you testify.
Sorry. Another reason for half hour.
Yeah, another reason for a half-hour public hearing. Representative McWilliams.
My understanding is that if the ranking member and the chair both agree that a bill can be execed immediately, it can be execed immediately. Would it make sense to use this time to exec the bill?
Okay with me.
Okay with me?
All right, so we're going to ask you, Mr. Stock, to hang on for a little while. We'll ask you to come back for 166. I don't want to risk your testimony not being valid for 166. So what we will do then is, let's see, there was one other person who signed up. Nope, that was for 166. So nobody else has signed up to speak on House Bill 165. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak on 165? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 165. And now I will open an executive session on House Bill 165 and recognize Representative Harrington for a motion.
I move to make the bill ITL inappropriate to legislate.
I'll recognize Representative McWilliams.
I second that.
It's been moved and seconded that we ITL House Bill 165. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 165.
Douglas Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Michael Harrington.
Yes.
Troy is not here. Lewicki's not here. Lex Berejny.
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget.
Yes.
James Summers.
Yes.
Cat McGee is not here. Rebecca McWilliams, excuse me.
Thank you. Yes.
Cretion is not here. Louis Partial.
Lucius Partial
Lucius
says yes.
Partial, yes.
That's okay. Yeah, yes.
Tony Kaplan.
Yes.
Chris Munns. Is he not here? Not here. Henry Noel.
Yes.
Wendy Thomas.
Yes.
Thomas Corman.
Yes.
Ned Reynolds.
Yes.
Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, Chairman Vose.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 yeas, no nays.
So the motion to ITL House Bill 165 passes. Without objection, I'll make sure that it goes on the consent calendar. And Representative Harrington, if you could write a brief committee report and have that to me by the end of the day today, that would be useful.
PLSCHA.
And with that, we'll close the executive session on House Bill 165. And unfortunately, we now have 45 minutes that we have to wait until we can start the next public hearing.
No problem. I got something I got to work on.
So this committee will be in recess until 2:30. Thank you.
Oh, your microphone is still on.
Oh.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Time to open a public hearing on House Bill 166 relative to the elimination of useful thermal energy from renewable energy classes. Any of you in the audience who were here back at 1:30 when we resumed our afternoon activity here will recall a discussion we had about scheduling our public hearings for 1/2 hour instead of an hour. So I'd like you all to pretend that this is a 1/2 hour public hearing and base your comments on that time frame. Let's see how it goes. Let's do an experiment. So with that, I'd like to introduce the prime sponsor of this bill, Representative Michael Harrington, to introduce the legislation, the proposed legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. There's a few parts to this bill, but I'd like to kind of explain what the purpose of it and why I've brought it forward. And one of the things we always hear about is transparency in government. Everybody gives platitudes to transparency. We want to know people know what's going on. We shouldn't be hiding things under layers of bureaucratic bull. People should be straight out and know what's going on. But in this case, if you ask the average person in New Hampshire if their electric bill was higher because they were subsidizing someone burning wood chips in a furnace someplace, they'd either laugh at you or say, I have no idea what you're talking about. But that is indeed what happens. We've been using the electric bills to hide subsidies to selected companies who are very good at lobbying down here in Concord and get bills passed to get them subsidies at the expense of the electric ratepayers. The ratepayers are under a lot of pressure. We've been hearing now all for the last couple of weeks how rates are high, we need to do something. There's only so much we can do here on the state level because so much is controlled on the regional and federal level. But there are a few things, and every time someone brings one up, someone says, well, it's only going to be $10 or it's only going to be $15. But, you know, eventually those add up, and they do show the ratepayers that at least we're trying. So first reason for this bill is transparency. Let's get the hidden tax on electricity out. Get rid of it. If people feel that burning wood chips is such a great idea, then let them put a tax on oil or gas or something where it comes out and says tax to subsidize burning wood chips. And everyone will know what they're paying for anyways. That's transparency in government. Second, with the amount of we've been told about, and I think I mentioned this earlier, we've heard about it on the radio, we've heard people testifying here about it, there are billions, that's with a B, billions of dollars of federal tax dollars, your tax dollars, that are going to be spent on virtually anything that resembles energy efficiency or renewable energy projects. Anything you can possibly think of that would fit into that category is going to be eligible for billions of dollars. We don't need to be spending New Hampshire ratepayers' dollars on the same thing. There's probably more money going to be out there than companies could actually handle. But again, there's so many billions of dollars on the federal level. This is our opportunity to save our state ratepayers something. It's also the fact is you're going to hear always they'll come out and say this, and this happens on every one of these programs. It's not unique to this particular bill or even this particular industry. Well, if we collect all this money and we put it in a big bucket and give it to some bureaucrats, then they're going to spend it and they're going to say it's going to create millions of jobs or thousands of jobs and stimulate the economy. But they never talk about how many jobs would have been created and how much the economy would have been stimulated if we allowed the people to keep their own money and spend it as they thought was the best way to do it. My contention is that they're going to be much more efficient in spending the money than the government's going to be. And it'll create more jobs and stimulate the economy more. And the government won't be in the position to pick winners and losers. And I say this with some experience because as a former PUC commissioner, I used to sign grants for thousands and thousands of dollars to selected companies that would get money from the ratepayers because that was part of my job. I couldn't, all I could do was to the best of my ability, but I certainly couldn't not do it. And I got to tell you, I had no skin in the game on that. It was not like I was spending my own money. And that's the same for everybody else. Everyone's going to spend their own money with more care and consideration what's best for them and their family than some government bureaucrat's going to spend it for somebody else. Most people can't afford the time to come down here and hire lobbyists and pay them thousands of dollars to lobby for more subsidies from the ratepayers. Some businesses can, and I'm sure after I stop speaking, you'll hear from them. So people are more efficient at spending their own money. And there's also just the simple fact of force versus freedom. There's nothing that stops people from subsidizing or buying these energy efficiency or wood products. You can buy as much as they want. But what we're saying basically is no, no, no. The government knows better. We are smarter than the average person. The average person won't do the right thing if they're allowed the freedom to make that decision for themselves. So we're going to force them to subsidize, in this case, useful thermal energy, which has really nothing to do with electric rates, other than, like I said, there was very good lobbyists were able to come down and get that put in there as a bill because we have a lot of wood chip manufacturers in the state. So as far as the technical part of the bill, because of what we did earlier today on 165, Section 3 would be removed completely. It's no longer necessary. So that won't change. The section on the other part that's a major change is on page 1, where it talks about the various classes. And again, it puts a cap on these classes. Otherwise, they're going to grow and grow and grow. And it comes down to the simple fact. If anybody in the state, I don't know, most people may or may not be aware, there's a law in the state of New Hampshire that says every utility must offer up to 100% renewable power to any one of the people that takes default service. Well, you don't hear too much about that because back a few years ago, the utilities came to the PUC and they petitioned it and said, we're getting somewhere around 0.0% of the people voluntarily signing up to pay more for renewable power. So the commission had the authority under the law to suspend that law, but that law could be brought back and the utilities could do it. So the wherewithal is there. If people want to pay extra for solar or wind or wood chips or useful thermal energy, or not useful thermal energy, but the other ones, they can certainly do that. That would apply to any of these classes in the RPS standard. They simply have to say they want it and they can get it. But you know what? They're not saying that. So again, the government has stepped in and said, we know better than you do. The average person is too stupid to be left with a decision on how to buy electricity. So the government must substitute their judgment for them. And I'm saying I don't think that's necessary. I think the people of New Hampshire are smart enough to make these decisions for themselves. It wouldn't eliminate the RPS, but it would put the brakes on it. Again, all this idea of building new renewable energy is more than going to be covered by billions of dollars in federal grants and federal programs that are going to be coming out. So we don't need to punish the people of New Hampshire any further for not, quote, buying the right type of energy voluntarily. I think given to their own choice, they'll do quite well. And I'm willing to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Representative Harrington, for introducing this proposed legislation. Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a very quick question. From the testimony we heard last week, I believe, and would you believe, rephrase that. Is it true that Massachusetts no longer considers burning wood as a renewable energy resource?
It's very restrictive on there. I think I don't know the exact numbers, but it has to do with the thermal efficiency of the plant. And to get a full rec in Massachusetts would be impossible because I think you need a thermal efficiency of somewhere around 40 or 50%, which burning green wood, you can never even get close to. They run around 18%. So they have some, but it's very limited on that thermal efficiency of the plant.
Okay, additional questions. Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for introducing this bill. I would agree with most of your assessment and the philosophical approach that you're taking to the RPS. I wanted to ask you, would you ever consider that society has a greater responsibility to make changes in the way we do anything that would outweigh an individual's right to make an immediate choice in the marketplace? I mean, is there any circumstance that you would ever think that an individual's right to make a choice, a consumer choice, is outweighed by, the greater public good?
Well, and certainly, I'm not going to sit here and try to list them, but I'm certainly think someone could come up with one where I would say I would agree with it. But in this case, it simply isn't necessary because the mechanism is there. The law is already passed. If all we have to do is reinstate that, which can be done by a PUC decision or a request of the utilities for that matter, and anybody that wants to get 80%, 90%, 100% could get it out of the utilities. And even beyond that, if you go to competitive suppliers, I know I was talking to Peter, I always screw up his last name, help me out, Michael. Somsich. At a meeting a couple of months ago, and he was telling me how with the higher electric rates, he was lucky because he had gone in for 100% wind power at 8 cents a kilowatt hour for a 3-year contract. So it's very possible to do that. And people can choose that for themselves. We don't need the government making them choose for it. Because basically what they're saying is if you don't choose right, you're going to pay for it anyways because these companies are going to have to go get alternate compliance payments. But in this case, there simply isn't a need to do that. We have a mechanism where people can choose themselves. And if enough people want to have solar or wind or whatever type of renewable energy, then that energy will flourish without additional subsidies.
Follow up, but I'll remind members that we're not here to discuss philosophy. We're here to ask questions about the specifics of the bill.
This would be a specific question about the mechanism that you're mentioning. You say the mechanism is already in place, but your bill would actually, basically gut it by capping those, the percentage requirements under the RPS. The mechanism is there for a reason, and your bill would gut it. So how can you then say that the mechanism will
the
still be in
bill,
place?
I think you're confused. The bill wouldn't gut it at all. What the requirement with the law was, is it said that you could simply go to your default energy supplier, which would be, let's just say Eversource for the sake of example, and say, I request that my electricity be 100% renewable. And then they would come back to you and say, okay, we can do that. We're going to make sure we buy enough renewable energy to cover all the people that request that. And, there's going to be an extra charge involved in it. And it has nothing to do with renewable portfolio standard. These numbers as amended in my bill wouldn't change whatsoever. The Eversource would still be required to get 6% of their electricity from Class 1 RECs. Now, some of that would go to cover those requests, but if they had more requests than 6%, they would simply have to buy more than 6%. They couldn't buy less.
Okay, additional questions from the committee. Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry I missed the conversation on HB 165, so you may have answered that at my question at that time. Okay, sorry.
It was very short.
I guess given everything that you were talking about, why specifically eliminating Class 3?
Well, I didn't eliminate the Class 3. I put it at 1% because maybe that's from part of the other thing. It's already in statute that the Department of Energy has the authority to adjust the Class 3 REC requirement because we simply don't have enough power plants to produce the amount of power that was originally in there, which is at the 6% level. These are you have to remember, it's a very unusual rule because the power plant had to go online prior to 2006, I believe. So if someone were to come up with some new super duper method of burning wood where you could get 35% thermal efficiency, it still wouldn't replace the old clunker plants because we're stuck having to buy power for them from ever. It'd be like saying 10% of the computers bought by the state have to be manufactured before 2010. It really doesn't make much sense. But the 1% there reflects what can be produced, and that was actually just reflects what was set by the DOE because they have the flexibility to lower that where the amount of supply goes down. So otherwise, you'd just be buying alternate compliance payments.
Thank you.
Follow up? Further questions, Representative Ploget.
Thank you, Chairman Bowles. Thank you, Representative Harrington, taking my question. Have you factored in the capital that businesses, most municipals and hospitals have purchased wood boilers based on the RECs they would get?
Have I specifically done that? No, but I also would say the reason for this, why this bill does doesn't take that in consideration is because that's a handout. That's largesse from the government and the ratepayers that they got. They have no reason to believe that that goes on forever, any more than if I started collecting unemployment and 2 years later the government said, "Oh, sorry, you can't collect it anymore." It goes, "Well, I'm counting on that money now. You got to keep giving it to me forever." It's the same thing. No one should count on getting a government grant that never ends.
Additional questions for Representative Harrington? Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There you are.
Yeah, I know, that thing is always right there. Excuse me, on lines, page 1, on lines 15, 16, 17, you reduce the goal for class 1 and class 2 significantly. And you reduce class 3 to 1%, and you leave class 4 at the same. Can you explain why?
Sure. The easy one would be the class 3 because, like I said, that's already been set to 1% by the Department of Energy, who has that statutory authority to match it with demand, with supply. The other ones simply, it minimizes it. Let me say it limits the subsidy, but it doesn't eliminate it. Rather than going to 15% and in 0.7%, it keeps it. It puts it at 6 and 0.3, which means existing facilities and new facilities will still get subsidies from the ratepayers through RECs, but they just won't get as bigger ones. But at the same time, if you're looking at new ones, especially, they will be eligible for part of these billions and billions of dollars coming from the federal government that should induce people to build all the renewable power we could possibly cite in New Hampshire.
Follow up.
Follow up?
Excuse me, thank you.
Okay.
So you came to these numbers based on your opinion, or was there any research?
Well, it was based on my opinion, obviously. It's just, I think that's enough. That's certainly giving them this. This continues the subsidy that we were told, if you remember, I don't know how long you've been dealing with renewable power, but we were told back when these things were proposed that this was just a bridge to get them over that initial thing. So when wind production get up into the thousands of megawatts, they wouldn't need any subsidies anymore, and the same with solar. But of course, once somebody gets a subsidy, they never want to give it up. This is just an attempt to limit that. It doesn't eliminate it. It just says this is enough.
Thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Harrington, Representative Harrington.
Oh, I've been called worse. Don't worry.
I think we all have. So I just want to make sure I understand about the class 3 reduction to 1%. You're saying that DOE already has set it to 1%?
Yes, in 2020, Griff, jump in if I'm wrong, 2020 and 2021, they were given the statutory authority because there's a group of, I can't remember the original number, it was like 6 or 7 small plants. They're all under 25 megawatts. They all went online prior to 2006. Those were the ones that were covered under class 3, and I think all but one of them is closed. So there was a law was passed that allowed PUC/DOE now to move that requirement down simply because there wasn't enough supply because the plants didn't exist anymore.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So, I mean, you say that's in statute, but wouldn't that statute be in conflict then with 362F3, which says 8%?
Well, I'm changing. Okay, it's in 2 places. The statute allows them the authority to make the change, which they've already done, and I'm simply matching in this to go along with what they've already set at 1%. They still would have the authority to adjust that. It doesn't.
This
it doesn't
statute
change.
does?
No, not this one. The other statute. I don't have the number off the top of my head. That's how they made it 1%.
Okay, seeing no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Harrington. I'd like next
Excuse
to
me,
call.
Mr. Chairman. I think there was a question over here.
Oh, Representative Brezhny has a question.
Thank you, Chairman. This was a follow-up from a previous question about where the number 6% and 0.3% for class 1 and class 2 came from. And I believe Representative Harrington said that it was from his opinion. I just wanted to clarify, these numbers came because they're a continuation of 2015, right?
Yeah,
They're
that's
not
correct.
just numbers you came
Thank
up
you
with
for
on
that.
your own.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, seeing no further hands raised, no further questions, I'd like next to call to the front of the room. Our, yes?
Just so everyone's clear that Section 3 of the bill will be removed via amendment. Okay, because that's not necessary anymore.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Griffin Robarge from the Department of Energy.
Thank you, Chairman Vos, members of the committee. Again, Griffin Roberge from the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on House Bill 166. As introduced, the bill makes three primary changes to the state's RPS policy. Sections 1, 2, 3, and 5 remove references to useful thermal energy under the RPS. That is a defined term in the RPS statute. Within Class 1 of the RPS, there is a subset called Class 1 thermal for thermal technologies. So the removal of that language indicates that Class 1 thermal will no longer be a subset of Class 1 under the RPS. Section 2 reduces the various obligations for classes 1 and 2 based on the look at the bill. It appears to cap them at 2015 obligation levels. And then Class 3's obligation is capped at the 2021 level that was arrived at by the Department of Energy when it statutorily adjusted the class's obligation per the authority that we have. The repeal on lines 19 to 26 on page 1 eliminate language that allows for obligation increases to those classes up to the year 2025. And then Section 3 eliminates existing biomass facilities from eligibility in Class 3 and makes it primarily an existing methane class under the RPS. Just by a high-level overview of these changes, the removal of useful thermal energy from the RPS will remove the need for electric suppliers to procure Class 1 thermal RECs and also to make ACPs for that class. Based on our analysis, a change like this will certainly make an impact to the low-grade wood market here in New Hampshire, as well as to the residential and commercial and industrial rebate programs for wood pellet systems operated by the department. We do acknowledge that this will likely reduce overall RPS compliance costs by an indeterminable amount. The reduction of class obligations in Class 2 will likely lower the amount of RECs that electric suppliers need to get in Classes 1 and 2. With the rate of the proposed reductions and the Class 1-2 credit mechanism that we previously discussed earlier this morning, it is likely that electric suppliers will be able to meet this new RPS obligation under this bill at lower levels by purchasing RECs, reducing the need for suppliers to make ACPs to the Renewable Energy Fund. Therefore, again, likely to result in lower RPS compliance costs, but also a subsequent reduction in renewable energy funding for rebates and grants as well. And then the elimination of the existing biomass facilities from eligibility in Class 3 will likely follow a similar policy path that's been kind of articulated in other states in the region like Massachusetts and Connecticut that are either trying to remove or phase out biomass resources from the renewable portfolio standards. As with the removal of this subset, this Class 1 thermal, the removal of biomass from Class 3 will likely impact low-grade wood markets here in New Hampshire as well. Again, that class will only largely constitute existing methane resources. And with that, that really concludes my testimony. I'm happy to take any questions that folks might have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Roberge. So do we have questions for the DOE? Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned that Massachusetts and what was it, Connecticut have what is it that they've done about biomass?
Sure. So thank you for the question. So Massachusetts has undertaken the policy decision to remove, it's my understanding, remove or in some way make it more difficult for biomass facilities to qualify for their renewable portfolio standard. So it's very difficult for those resources to sell any RECs that they generate into the Massachusetts RPS market. In terms of Connecticut, it's my understanding in talking with our Sustainable Energy Division that Connecticut is looking at phasing out biomass resources from their state's RPS. One of the leading things that we've seen in recent years is the rate by which RPS states set their alternative compliance payments for biomass facilities. And I'm going to try to unpack that a little bit. So Connecticut's alternative compliance payment for class 3 is slightly higher than New Hampshire's is. And because of that, you see a lot of electric suppliers settling their class 3 or biomass RECs in the Connecticut market to satisfy that obligation to prevent paying these higher cost ACPs. And they are instead paying the lower cost ACPs here in New Hampshire. So that's at least a leading cause that as to why we're seeing a recent increase in ACPs being made in class 3 here in New Hampshire. I hope that made sense. I'm sorry. It's a lot to throw right at.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So these changes in Massachusetts, I guess those have happened. The ones in Connecticut are pending, it sounds like.
I believe so. And I again had a word out to our Sustainable Energy Division, but some staffers have been out sick, and so the response there has been a little
So my
delayed.
question is, are these in statute or are these more regulatory?
Thank you for the question. So this is, I guess, the nature of the regional RPS market, is that every state determines their own respective RPS policies, and any changes to those policies have an impact on the entire regional RPS market. So if Massachusetts decides biomass will not qualify for RPS anymore, then biomass facilities or comparable RECs and that might be eligible in other states can no longer sell into Massachusetts anymore. If Connecticut makes changes to its ACP rate and it incentivizes biomass facilities to sell their RECs there, that has an impact to, say, New Hampshire, where we're not getting the comparable RECs being settled here, and ACPs are being made by electric suppliers. So in a nutshell, different states and their policy decisions have implications for other RPS states in the region.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Isn't there a large difference in the combustion efficiency of biomass combustion for electricity generation in small plants, like you were just talking about, and the combustion efficiency that is required for a facility to qualify for thermal RECs?
So if I could, thank you for the question. So if I could break it down a little further, you're talking about, I guess, a larger biomass facility versus, say, a residential, like wood pellet boiler system you're talking about, correct?
Yes, I'm talking about wood pellet boiler.
Yep.
And New Hampshire is the only state that has thermal RECs.
Correct.
And the other kind of RECs and RPS you're talking about is the combustion of wood in large power electric generating
Correct. Yes.
stations.
Yep, that's correct. Yes.
Isn't there a large difference in combustion efficiency in those two facilities?
I would agree with that. Yes.
Can you give us a sense of how?
I would just agree with that. I couldn't provide specific data to back that up. I just know.
Just a range.
Yeah, I'd be reluctant to do that. I can certainly follow up with the Sustainable Energy Division here in our department, but I don't want to get into the numbers. But I know that in broad strokes is true.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know your department is, has an overarching concern with costs as you define costs, and I don't want to debate that because that would veer into philosophy, and I'm not going to do that. But I don't hear you give any analysis of the impact of this bill on the diversifying, the diversity and the future diversity of our generation mix. And so I'm wondering if you have any insight into whether this bill might impact on that diversity of generation mix going forward and how that might impact on costs.
Sure. And thank you for the question. So, if you review the purpose statement that's in the RPS statute, is that one of the leading legislative policy goals of the RPS is to encourage the diversification of energy sources here in the state. And the RPS is a policy to do that. By lessening, I guess, the impact, by lessening the obligations for these various technologies under the RPS, does have the potential of, I would say on two fronts, is that it could be taken as a way of maybe, I want disincentivizing or not incentivizing renewable energy resources for one, but two, could also introduce maybe a level of market uncertainty, as I was addressing Representative Corman's question. As states make substantial changes to their RPS policies, that can that can shape the regional RPS market as well.
So at the beginning of this hearing, I asked you all to imagine that it lasted for half an hour. Well, half hour is gone, and we still have 7 cards left here. So. And yet we washed the car, and now it's going to rain. Okay. Any more questions for Mr. Roberge? Yes, Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have any idea what the actual percentages are of total megawatts supplied by class?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the obligations or the percentages required to be the required under states is spelled out in state statute. So what was it? I know the reference was made earlier about the department exercising its authority to adjust the obligation for class 3. We also have that same we also have that same authority for class 4, which is existing hydro as well. Based on 2022 compliance year, the total RPS compliance for all classes is 22.50%. And I can certainly provide something on from our website that kind of spells that out. If you'd like, I can go through each class, but I realize we're running over time here. And
Follow up.
It would be great if you could break it out by class, because it kind of begs the question that if the actual, for example, of class 1 is already at 10%, why would we go back to 6?
I'll run through it quite quickly then. Thank you for the question. Class 1, just class 1 as a whole, and this is again based on calendar year 2022, is 10.30%. Class 1 thermal is at 2%. And then the total class 1 obligation is at 12.30%. So that's a combination of the 10.30 and the 2%. Class 2 is at 0.70%. Class 3 is at 8% currently. Class 4 is at 1.50%. And I can follow up with an email to the committee that spells that out further.
That would be great. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions for Mr. Roberge, we will now move on and call to the front of the room Mr. Michael O'Leary, who represents Bridgewater Power. Welcome, Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Michael O'Leary. I'm the asset manager of Bridgewater Power Company. Bridgewater is one of the 5 remaining smaller biomass plants in the state. We're a 15 megawatt biomass plant and a class 3 REC generator. I've testified before the committee many times in the past and outlined the benefits of biomass power, such as jobs in the rural economy, forestry benefits, fuel diversity, capacity, and diversity benefits in ISO New England, et cetera. So I won't go into great detail on those, but would be happy to try to answer questions if necessary. Bridgewater employs 20 people, and we have a direct payroll and benefits of over $2.3 million. So it's pretty important in our little area of the state. We purchase over $5 million a year of wood fuel chips, also quite important in our area of the state. To qualify for Class 3 RECs, our facility has to meet air emissions requirements that are 66% below our permitted requirements. So the RPS clearly has societal benefits of clean air. We could be online producing at 66% higher emissions. To produce RECs has a cost to a power plant like Bridgewater. First off, we had to put in capital equipment. We have operating costs of over a half a megawatt in parasitic load to run the fan horsepower that's required to run the catalyst. We have ammonia expense to take our NOx emission and turn it into the benign compounds of nitrogen and water. We've sold more than 90% of our RECs out of state, so have borne no cost to New Hampshire ratepayers. And if you look at the bill and you look at some of the things that Representative Harrington has characterized, they're simply not accurate. The PUC has the ability each year to lower the RPS standard. We have been quite transparent with the PUC. Last year, as a matter of fact, for 2022, I testified, yes, go ahead and lower the standard, the requirement, because we don't need the program. We've sold them out of state. You can reduce the ACP payments. And we've done that repeatedly since 2007. That's why you've seen the requirement go down. But we've always said we need the placeholder of the 8%, because there will become a day when we're going to be dependent on New Hampshire Class 3 RECs. That day has arrived in 2023. State of Connecticut, it has nothing to do with pollution. It has to do with being provincial and not wanting to send Connecticut ratepayer dollars to New Hampshire. So you can still qualify for renewable energy credits if you built a new biomass power plant in Connecticut, but they're phasing out the older legacy biomass plants because they didn't like the fact that all their ratepayer dollars were going to New Hampshire and have come here for many, many years. So this is the absolute wrong time to lower the standard from the 8% to 1% in statute, because the PUC has the authority. They review it every year. As the gentleman from DOE just said, 2023, it's at 8%. They haven't opened the docket yet to determine what it will be. They'll review the market. They'll evaluate how many megawatts are available in the market. They'll ask for testimony. They'll ask for testimony from the utilities, whether the utilities have been able to procure RECs or not been able to procure RECs, and then they'll make a determination. And they've done that every year since 2007. Massachusetts the same way. It's not because of a pollution issue. It's because of not wanting Massachusetts dollars to flow to New Hampshire. EPA, US EPA, and the IPCC, International Panel for Climate Change, have both completely, kind of unequivocally agreed that biogenic carbon is a completely different animal than fossil carbon. That they look at the two of the difference between 10,000 plus years of tied up carbon versus a 50-year type tied up carbon. So that's been clear science. That I'm not a climate scientist and don't want to debate that issue, but I think that we have the facts on that, and it's been studied quite a bit. Happy to really try to answer any other questions on the REC programs in the other state or on Class 3, but a plant like Bridgewater, we really have three revenue streams. We sell energy, the physical kilowatt hours, we sell capacity, and then we sell the renewable energy credits. And without all three, we're out of business. So we're dependent upon the New Hampshire Class 3 program. And I think it's been a very successful program, and I think the plants have been a success for the state.
Thank you. Very enlightening testimony. We appreciate you being here to deliver it. Do we have questions for Mr. O'Leary from the committee? Seeing none, I
thank
thank
you.
you. And next call to the front of the building, or to the table rather, Mr. Charlie Niebling, who is representing himself. He's from Boscawen, and someone who's testified before this committee in the past. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Niebling.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. It's a pleasure to come before you today to defend the importance of recognizing renewable thermal energy in the New Hampshire Renewable Portfolio Standard. I'm pleased once again to have this opportunity. I've prepared some written testimony, which I have printed and is distributing. I'm not going to read it. I will paraphrase a few items briefly, and then I wanted to speak to Representative Harrington's assertion that an electric RPS is no place to incentivize renewable thermal energy. And I'm sorry that Representative Harrington is not here to listen to my comments. My history with thermal and the RPS goes back to 2006, when Governor Benson formed a study committee to evaluate the adoption of an RPS. That led to House Bill 873 in 2007. It was sent to interim study. It was passed in 2008, and it became effective in 2009 with the adoption of rules by the PUC. There was quite a bit of discussion at that time about a more fuel and technology neutral renewable energy standard, one that embraced both electricity and thermal. But the legislature stopped short of doing that with a couple notable exceptions. One, they made the Renewable Energy Fund fuel and technology neutral. They made it possible for that fund to support renewable thermal technologies. Two, it set in motion a study by the Public Utilities Commission, which was completed in 2010, evaluating the efficacy of adding thermal to the RPS. That study was published, and the PUC stopped short of a recommendation, but said it's feasible. That recommendation became codified in Senate Bill 218 in 2012, which came before this committee, chaired at the time by Representative Jim Garrity. That was a time when both the House and Senate were under Republican leadership, the House by Speaker Bill O'Brien. That bill passed the House 275-6, adding thermal to the RPS, passed the Senate unanimously, and became effective upon passage and ultimately with the adoption of rules. New Hampshire was the first state to add thermal to its RPS in a comprehensive fuel and technology neutral manner. Since then, 15 states have added thermal in one form or another to their RPS programs. And to the question I believe that Representative Summers asked earlier, while Massachusetts no longer recognizes biomass in its RPS, it does in its alternative portfolio standard, the APS, recognizes biomass thermal. So Massachusetts, despite making the policy decision to foreclose on future biomass electric generation, has fully embraced thermal generation. Maine added thermal to its RPS in 2019. Vermont debated a clean heat standard last year that was ultimately vetoed by Governor Scott, but is coming back again, apparently as a result of negotiations between the governor's office and the legislature, and they're going to take another run at it. So, yeah, if you look to the south in New England, where there essentially is no forest products industry left, they have taken steps to eliminate or reduce support for biomass energy. But if you look to the north, the east, and the west, they have fully embraced biomass energy in their RPS programs. I've cited some statistics here, Mr. Chairman, that are based on the 63 facilities that are thermal rec eligible in the state since the rules were adopted in 2014. I won't recite those. And I did want to speak to Representative Harrington's question or assertion that an electric RPS, that it's not appropriate to have electric ratepayers incentivizing renewable thermal technologies. There are 5 responses to that question. The first is thermal meets all of the public purposes of the RPS, whether it's fuel diversity, rural economic development, emissions reduction. It meets all of those objectives, which is why the idea of a more fuel and technology neutral energy policy is a good thing to pursue. Secondly, it does so at significantly lower cost. And it's important to note that I think the main reason Senate Bill 218 passed in 2012 was because of the way the thermal provision was structured. It was structured as a carve-out of the pre-existing Class 1 obligation. It took a piece of the Class 1 electric obligation with an ACP of $55 and it allocated it to thermal at an ACP of $25. So by that single decision, it significantly reduced the overall compliance cost of the RPS. And I believe that's the only reason it passed at that time, given the perspective of those who were in charge of the legislature at the time. Third, it has the potential to significantly reduce demand for natural gas in the wintertime if people switch from natural gas to a renewable thermal technology that takes pressure, albeit small, off demand for natural gas during those periods in the wintertime when you have constrained demand and you see peak pricing for natural gas. Fourth, all electric ratepayers are heat consumers. All electric ratepayers have the potential, directly or indirectly, to benefit from the thermal provisions of the RPS. And fifth, and I've stated this and I'll state it again, it's helped to move energy policy in the state toward a more fuel and technology neutral platform. We consume, roughly a third of all energy consumed in the state is heat. Roughly a third electricity, roughly a third transportation. So by this decision to add thermal, we created a policy that embraces 2/3 of the energy consumption in the state, directly or indirectly. That's it, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to answer any questions, historical or based on current practice. And I would ask the committee to vote this bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you. Very illuminating testimony. We appreciate you being here and offering both your historical and industry perspective on this question. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This list of accounts, I should say, or projects that are thermal projects, if they lost the ability to get RECs, how would that affect them financially?
Well, RECs are trading for somewhere between $20 and $25 a megawatt hour, thermal RECs. So depending on the number of RECs that they generate and are authorized to sell to qualified buyers, that represents, in some cases, very significant revenue streams to those generators. And to varying degrees, they made investments contingent on the expectation that those revenues would continue, either to pay down debt service on the capital cost of their installation or to reduce their operating costs.
Thank you, and thank you for moving that speaker.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question was along the same lines. I guess I just would ask you, instead of repeating exactly the same question, to comment on the list. You've given us a list of current facilities, current institutions that have biomass boilers that are counting.
Actually, a
on
number of them are geothermal systems as well.
Okay, okay. Surveying the list, it appears that the overwhelming majority of them are public sector institutions of some sort, schools, counties, municipalities. Is there a reason for that? And like, is there a phenomenon that this is a cost-saving measure for
Well,
local
those
governments?
when you say public, they're taxpayer-funded entities, and taxpayer-funded entities have a duty to their residents and taxpayers to make prudent financial decisions about long-term costs that are ultimately borne by taxpayers. Heating is a significant expense for a public school system, a county nursing home facility, a rural nonprofit hospital. They're in a better position, I think, in many cases, to make significant capital investments, knowing that they will realize a return on that investment, say, after 8, 10, 12, 14 years. Businesses, on the other hand, need a more immediate return on investment to justify capital investment. So projects that don't generate simple paybacks of 3 to 5 years usually are not considered by businesses.
Mhm. Thank you.
I would remind members to turn your microphone off when you're finished speaking. Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for clarifying the question I asked earlier. I appreciate that. One question I have is in this bill about subsidies. Now, granted, we all know subsidies are not supposed to last forever, and so with the goal in mind of is there a revenue point or something you're shooting for to where you would not, or where it would not, there would need to have subsidies would no longer have to exist?
Mm-hmm. Well, the thermal provision actually plateaued out in 2022. So the thermal carve-out subclass, if you will, no longer grows after 2022. If additional projects are seeking to qualify their systems for thermal RECs, eventually the supply of RECs will exceed what the statute requires the utilities and competitive suppliers to purchase. Supply will exceed demand. Prices of RECs will come down significantly. That's the way it's structured now, and that was intentional, I believe, when Senate Bill 218 was passed. It doesn't last forever. It plateaus out, and as supply continues to grow over time, eventually REC values will come down, and the incentive value of that provision will no longer be there.
Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Bowles, and thank you for taking my question. I've seen the list here of thermal. How many operational plants how many plants were operational for electrical generation? I realize Springfield, Ashland, and Bethlehem, Tamworth. I might not know them all, but I believe only 2 are producing a generation of electricity by thermal.
I believe that's correct. Bridgewater, which Mr. O'Leary spoke to, and the Burgess plant in Berlin are still operational. But that's electric generation, not thermal.
Follow up?
Thank you, Chairman Bowles. Follow up. The other ones that I mentioned is probably more. You mentioned cost. It's cheaper to use thermal, but producing electricity, is it cheaper? I'd like to know than other sources.
Other sources being other renewable energy sources, or?
Go ahead and explain.
Thank you. My apologies. other fuels, natural gas, oil.
Okay. For making electricity. I'd like to defer to either Mr. Stock or perhaps you'd invite Mr. O'Leary back to speak to that question.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
excellent testimony. We appreciate you being here. And now I'll call Mr. Jason Stock to the table. He's been waiting a long time. Came here to testify on the previous bill. We made him defer to this bill. We've made him earn his salary today, I think. Take it away.
So on my card, I put 3 minutes, but that was for 2 bills. So we have 1 minute. We have 1 bill, so I'm going to try to do it in a minute and a half. For the record, my name's Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. We represent the state's timberland owners and the forest products industry. Our members own or manage about 1 million acres of land across the state. We have just over 1,000 members in our membership, and it's the entire food chain. And I've come today in opposition to this bill. And I wanted to explain to you briefly kind of the nexus between utility policy and natural resource management policy. And I also wanted to talk a little bit about carbon. And as it relates, there's been some questions about carbon and as it relates to biomass and biomass combustion. In your packet, you have a copy of our latest magazine, which timing is everything. Actually, this edition is dedicated to carbon and climate change and use of forest and carbon markets, et cetera. So I wanted to provide you a copy of that. That also gives you an idea of who we are. I also included in the packet a UNH, this is just the executive summary, Forest Products Industry Economic Contribution. State's forest products industry is about $2.5 billion. And that's all sectors of which biomass is a part of. And across the state, you have a copy of this also. There are about 2,226 timber sales occurred across the entire state, according to the last timber tax data for the last tax year, in every county and almost every town. And what I want to point out is that about 2/3, when you look at Forest Service survey data, about 2/3 of all the wood that's growing on our landscape is considered low grade. This is wood that cannot be converted in or sawn into a 2x4 or piece of wood for a desk. And so for landowners and land managers, the ability to manage their property, it's just like your garden. You need you need to do that weeding and thinning. You need a market for low-grade wood. Biomass has been historically a part of that market for our state, and it's been a very important part. We have currently 2 power plants running, as you heard earlier, Burgess and Bridgewater. There were 4 that were idle. They've just come out of bankruptcy, and they are starting up running. One is in Springfield and one is in Whitefield. Why I mention this is that percentage. When we look at that 8%, why this is important, the PUC and the DOE have the discretion to modify that percentage as plants come and go offline, as they sell RECs out of the state. We have this, I'll call it a safety valve that allows them to modify the Class 3 obligation. And so that's already baked into law. And so just to reduce it to 1% removes that flexibility as a power plant comes on, or as you heard earlier, as a power plant says, all right, New Hampshire's the market I need to be participating in. The other piece of this, these power plants, they burn wood chips. A number of you toured the Bridgewater plant earlier this year. You'll see chips come in from across the state. Also, our sawmill industry. When you take a round log and you make it square lumber, those slabs get chipped, as does the bark. That is, those products need a home. A typical eastern white pine mill can produce up to 11 tractor trailer loads of these chips. And biomass plants have been a very, very good market to manage that mill waste.
If I could just interrupt you for 1 second. For anyone who's here to hear House Bill 81, which was scheduled to be heard at 3:30, we will start that public hearing in about 10, maybe 15 minutes as soon as we finish this one. Thank you.
So, may I? Oh, so I guess in all the details are in our testimony, all the numbers, all the statistics. These plants are important. The thermal creates a new opportunity, or has created a new opportunity, for both municipal savings as well as markets for low grade, and as well as local jobs. And the beauty of it is it's a local, homegrown energy source that comes here and employs people in the state. The question, I want to kind of conclude my testimony to get to this question of sustainability, carbon, et cetera. New Hampshire's, NHTOA, and as you heard earlier, EPA have concluded biomass is sustainable. And in terms of carbon neutrality, I would strongly argue that it is. And you have to look no further than the USDA's Forest Service data that shows in the state of New Hampshire, we grow more wood than is harvested or dies of natural mortality. So even with our power plants running and our sawmills, we are continuing to accrue carbon on the landscape through our forest. That doesn't include the carbon that's stored in this desk. So this question about is biomass environmentally, is it an environmentally friendly or carbon friendly energy source? The proof is right here. You have to look no further than that. I also included this, it's kind of cartoonish, but it's from our friends at the USDA, this biogenic versus geologic carbon handout to kind of illustrate that what we're talking about is a carbon cycle that circulates. The thing in New Hampshire, unlike Western states, our issue is not planting trees. Our issue is controlling growth. And what I mean by that is we continue to grow more wood. You go in and do a clear cut, it grows back. I tell folks, don't mow your lawn for a couple years and see what happens. You will get trees. And we are very fortunate to be in that situation. So again, as an industry, this RPS law is a classic intersection between utility policy, natural resource management, and I would dare say rural economics. Plymouth State did an economic analysis. Each log truck or chip van that goes down the road, there are 15, this was done in 2014. At that time, the value, economic activity to get that truck from the log landing to either the power plant or the sawmill is $1,500 is economic activity. That's timber taxes paid to towns, that's logger salary, that's fuel, that's diesel fuel that's used for the truck and the skidder. So for us, this is a big issue. This is why when we look at House Bill 165 and 166 earlier, or 166 and 165 earlier, this is why we've come today to speak in opposition. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions, and if folks want more information, I can bury you in it from EPA and the USDA.
Thank you. Wonderful information. I will allow questions, but I'll remind members that we have 5 more pink cards here for this public hearing. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in your written testimony, at the bottom of page 1, you say, unfortunately, due to the nature of our timber types and soils, 2/3 of our forests are growing low-grade timber. Has it always been like that, or has something changed recently?
It's always been around that. It's the nature. We don't grow sequoias or big beautiful Douglas firs. We grow twisted. We love all our trees, but look at a red maple, look at a birch tree. A lot of them are it's just the nature of how they grow. If you can get one saw log out of that, consider yourself lucky. The rest of it, you either chip or you try to find, cut it up for firewood.
Oh, thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I haven't had a chance to actually read your written testimony, but do you have any estimate for the impact on the labor market in the forestry industry, or the economic impact in terms of dollars should this bill pass?
We do. I mean, there has been economic analysis done, and I can provide you some information. I didn't bring it with me today, but when we look at the states, and you look at this economic report, the forest products industry employs about 12,000 individuals directly and indirectly. Biomass is part of this interconnected supply chain. So you say, all right, we're going to remove biomass. We pass this bill, these plants close. Okay, you say, well, that's Mike's 20 people in his yard. Well, that affects the loggers that delivered there. That affects the sawmills that would take their chips there. So this ripple effect, and there was some analysis done a couple years ago that I'm happy to provide to the committee that tries to quantify kind of the economic impacts.
Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you, Chairman Bowles. And real quick, thank you for taking my question.
Certainly.
On pests like the pine borer and all, the combustion of this low-grade wood, do you know if there's anything out there, the effect of this on the...
Yeah, it's a great question. That's one of the benefits of biomass is its ability to completely destroy it. Emerald ash borer. We have emerald ash borer chewing up our ash trees now. You have an infestation. You need to get rid of that material and want to try to control it. Biomass is a great way to do that. State of Massachusetts had what's called the Asian longhorn beetle, an especially nasty little bug in the Worcester area. They had to do a kind of a very strategic containment process, and all the folks with the USDA forest pest group said you have to burn this wood because that's the only way we can ensure that this pest is in fact eliminated. If you were just to take the bark off it, you run the risk that one of these eggs or one of these little larvae continue to live and infest nearby trees.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'd like to call
Thank you.
on the next individual who would like to speak to us, and that's Mark Froling of Froling Energy in Keene. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bose, and thank you, committee members. My name is Mark Froling. I own and operate a biomass boiler company in Keene, New Hampshire. And I have produced quite a few boiler installations over the last 10 years that are contributing to generating these RECs. And that has been the number one reason why I have sold these boiler plants. So my business has greatly benefited in the past from these RECs that were instituted a few years ago, and driven quite a bit of business based on these RECs being available. But more than that, because that is in the past, and that's not what this bill is addressing, because it's keeping the past in place. But I have currently, my sales cycle, because I'm predominantly in the public sector selling to counties to nursing homes, jails, and police facilities and things like that, and also public schools. I have about 17 projects that are in the queue over the next couple of years, and they're all counting on these RECs. And I don't think many of these projects would go forward if these RECs weren't available. It's a really, really important part of sort of our overall system. People in the meantime that are interested in biomass boilers, that are generating or can generate these thermal RECs, they're really counting on that REC revenue to finance their system. They don't always get grants for the capital, and so they finance them over the time through these RECs. And it's been just a tremendous benefit to these owners or the new potential owners. But if that goes away, it would be a real dilemma for my business, because I really have not sold any reasonable sized boiler plants without the RECs, not a single one, because the RECs drive that business. And so it's quite important to me to keep these RECs in place, and I greatly oppose this bill. And if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Representative Barshall has a question.
Thank you, Chair Vose, and thank you for coming today. Can you tell me approximately, have had the pleasure of touring your plant. Can you tell me approximately about how many people you directly employ in your plant? And maybe give me an idea of the economic impact to the Keene area?
Yeah, so we have 15 direct employees, and with a payroll of $875,000, for last year. And then indirectly, of course, we have truckers that provide us from other sawmills that provide us the materials, and truckers that sometimes, send material out. There's a lot of subcontractors through that business. There's mechanical construction outfits that we hire. So indirectly, I don't know how large that envelope is, but it's quite significant. We drive between $3 and $5 million any given year, depending on how things go. And right now, it's actually a great time for biomass, because in general, energy has gone quite high. The cost of energy has gone up quite a bit. And so biomass, it being a very affordable, energy, is really having its heyday right now. And sort of pulling the rug out under it, this would be the worst possible time. Absolutely the worst possible time. I cannot see how this House bill was really thought through. It doesn't make sense to me why you would kind of pull this support out when it's really a good time to support it and make this all work.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Did I understand you to say that the 17 projects you have in your queue would not go forward without thermal RECs?
I can't speak on behalf of my customers because I don't make their decisions. But if I told them that the RECs weren't available coming into the future, here for the next couple of years, I don't know how many projects would go forward, but very few, because I really, frankly, have not sold any projects in that size range. Of course, we sell residential projects that don't utilize the REC market. But on the large scale where we go into a school, they absolutely make this work with the public, because it's always funded by the public on top of it, of course, through a bond and things like that. They see that revenue stream. When the public sees there's no support on that, then it's very difficult, because it's just, public money.
So even though the price of oil has gone up substantially in the last year and a half, it's still not economic to convert to wood boilers without this additional help? Is that what
It is economic, but this REC is a really nice steady stream. So when you have grants coming in, a one-time grant during the construction, it's nice for sure. Nobody turns down a good grant money, but people really value the long-term grant, the long-term money that goes with generation. And there's many reasons for why that is so valuable, because it also allows the plant to be always tuned to the top efficiency, because people want to get the most amount of RECs out. So it's sort of a self governing system that works really well. And so we have, of course, benefited of it. I'm personally also generating RECs in my own plant to dry chips myself, and we are at 75%. I know earlier on Mr. Harrington was saying that people are generating thermal efficiencies of 30%. That hasn't been done in forever, I think. But really, normal thermal efficiencies of boilers these days are between 70 for a steam boiler and 84 for a pellet boiler. That is sort of where it's at. And if you're going cogen like we do, we're going cogen with steam, you can certainly be at 74, 75%. So it's all very efficient, and it's a good system, and I would really recommend to keep this in place.
Okay, we don't need a sales pitch, but Representative Ringles doesn't have a question. Okay, seeing no further questions, we thank you for being here. And next we'll call on Nick Krakoff of the Conservation Law Foundation to come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. My name is Nick Krakoff with the Conservation Law Foundation, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The RPS benefits New Hampshire's economy, it provides public health and environmental benefits for New Hampshire, and even helps reduce energy rates for New Hampshire's families and businesses. Because HB 166 would severely weaken the RPS, I urge the committee to oppose this bill. New Hampshire will be unable to fully take advantage of the significant economic benefits of renewables if this bill is passed. Specifically with respect to provision or section number 2 in the bill, that provision would severely weaken the RPS standard. And the RPS supports increased investments in renewables like solar and wind, and brings local renewable energy jobs to New Hampshire. And so to avoid New Hampshire losing out on the development of a renewable energy industry here, while neighboring states reap the benefits, the committee should really reject this bill. As one of the testifiers spoke to earlier, one of the purposes of the RPS is really to provide energy diversity benefits. And so, as we all know, as we're aware, New Hampshire families and businesses are suffering from high energy rates at the moment. And these rates are largely the result of extremely high natural gas prices. Natural gas prices are extremely volatile, and our state and our region are, there's an overdependence on natural gas for power generation right now. In contrast, the price of renewables, they're inherently more stable than fossil fuels, and can even cost less than fossil fuels. I provided written testimony that shows that renewables are starting to be cost competitive and even can cost less than fossil fuels in some instances. And so increased investments in RPS, they provide significant energy diversity benefits, which is one of the purposes of the RPS statute. And that can help insulate families and businesses from those volatile fossil fuel prices and have a price suppressing effect on electric rates. But HB 166 would just lead to New Hampshire being more exposed to volatile fossil fuel prices. And then finally, the RPS provides public health and environmental benefits. Pollution from fossil fuels contributes to asthma and other respiratory diseases. And increased use of renewables is important for addressing the climate change. New Hampshire's already experiencing mild winters and increased coastal flooding from climate change. And so at a time when we need to start addressing climate change, HB 166 would be a step in the wrong direction and disregard our responsibility for dealing with that crisis. So in sum, the RPS is good for the economy, for diversity benefits, and for the environment and public health. And I urge the committee to vote against this bill, to vote ITL.
Okay, thank you.
Happy to take any questions.
Seeing no questions, I thank you for your testimony and turn to the next speaker, who will be Jim Monahan who's representing the New Hampshire Association of Counties, wearing different hats today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jim Monahan with the DuPont Group, and I'm wearing my New Hampshire Association of County hat this afternoon. We appear today in opposition to House Bill 166, and I'll be brief. You all have seen the list of facilities that are included in the project. They include 5 county facilities, 2 in Cheshire County, as well as Merrimack, Rockingham, and Sullivan County. Many of you perhaps were on your served on your delegations when the decisions were made to site these facilities. And as you all know, they penciled out because you had the benefit of the T-Rex as a part of it. So there's a lot of potential for disruption to the county budgets in the way they handle energy costs for the county. So I won't, certainly happy to answer any questions you might have, but I think you've had a lot of testimony today.
Okay, seeing no one who wants to ask a question, I'll call the penultimate speaker on this public hearing, and that's Matt Leahy of the Forest Society. And Mr. Leahy,
I'll be quick.
it would be nice if you didn't repeat information we've already heard.
Yeah, no, I did submit
you.
written testimony earlier. I'm not going to repeat that. I just wanted to add one comment, and just sort of an add-on to what Jason was saying about low-grade wood markets, that connection between forest management and low-grade wood markets. So if you remember last session, the legislature created the New Hampshire Low-Grade Timber and Wood Emerging Market Commission. Representative Thomas was the prime sponsor on that. And one of the charges of that commission was to look into, state policy that could benefit or create new or expand markets for low-grade wood. And when we look at thermal energy, a locally sourced thermal energy, we have a solution to one of the questions that this commission is looking at. So we would urge this committee to vote against House Bill 166 because we think that there is a market we have here for low-grade wood. But I'll take any questions, though.
Thank you. Do you serve on that commission?
I do not, no.
Okay, good to know. All right, seeing no questions from the committee, I'll now call on our final speaker. I always like to give the last word to Sam Evans-Brown of Clean Energy New Hampshire.
I think I'm frequently last on the list because I'm frequently late and arrive just on time to the start of the hearing, so my cards come in last. Thank you. For the record, I'm Sam Evans-Brown, Executive Director of Clean Energy New Hampshire. We also are testifying in opposition to this bill. All of the reasons that are in my written testimony, which I'm happy to submit in just a moment, were laid out by previous speakers, so I will not repeat them. I think maybe the only point that I would like to hammer home on is that particularly the effect of reducing the Class 1 REC requirement to the level that we have already achieved today will have the effect of driving the value of renewable energy credits down, ostensibly to the point where whatever the market equilibrium is for that REC price is, but close to zero. There are precious few policies that New Hampshire has on the books that are encouraging the construction of new generation, and it is very hard to build anything in New Hampshire. And I think it is, given our current energy situation, we should be actively encouraging the construction of new generation, and this is one of the very few policies that's doing that. It's doing it in a market-based way, in a way that should respond to market forces and achieve a state of equilibrium once we have built enough to meet the RPS requirements. So with that, I'll take any questions if the committee has any.
Thank you for making that excellent point. Seeing no questions from the committee, we appreciate your being here and testifying. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 166 and ask Representative Ploget to reveal the blue sheet statistics on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Bowles. House Bill 166, the blue sheet was none in favor, 9 opposed. On line 2 in favor, 41 opposed.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go immediately into a public hearing on House Bill 81, establishing a study committee to examine all ancillary charges for propane gas sales. And I'm going to call up to the table the prime sponsor of this proposed legislation. That's Representative Rosemarie Rung of Hillsborough District 12.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee. Last fall, I got a email from a constituent of mine who was very concerned about practices or problems he was experiencing with his propane gas company, and he wanted me to pursue a legislative remedy. And not knowing how extensive this problem was, if it was shared by other constituents, I put something on our community Facebook page, and I was very amazed at the response. And I've included some of those responses in the written testimony I've distributed. But I'm certain there is a pervasive problem with business practices of several, at least one propane company operating in New Hampshire. And HB 81 would set up a study committee of legislators to be able to collect facts about the industry, hear from industry representatives, other constituents, to determine if a legislative remedy is needed to address what may appear to be some very unfair labor practices. The major ones I've heard of is companies are charging rent on propane tanks that the customer already owns. Or a customer may be calling a company to want to switch providers, and the original company has to come and take their tank, and they just don't respond. So they continually charge rent and fees and on the customer, and really making them unable to be able to switch to a more affordable provider. Other issues are arbitrary minimum set to get a discount. I don't know, there's several other issues, and I just think it's our responsibility to really understand this issue and determine whether we need to provide some consumer protection for people who rely on propane for home heating. And I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, and thank you for introducing this bill. I have a question for you on my propane bill. About 3 or 4 years ago, there appeared a charge called the safety fee. It was $9.95. And a couple years later, it went up to $12.95. I just got to fill up the other day. The safety fee is now up to $19.95. Is that one of the ancillary charges that you want this committee to investigate?
Yes, it would be, and I'm sorry to hear that, Chairman Vose. It would be great if you could be on the study committee if this passes. But an ancillary charge is considered any charge beyond the actual price of the product. So anything in addition to the actual propane that's being purchased.
Okay, Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Has any action been taken to notify the Attorney General to look into this issue in terms of just questioning if he's had complaints given to his department or not in lieu of a study committee?
Thank you very much for your question. I included in my testimony a letter that was sent by one of my constituents that did follow up. I haven't talked to the Attorney General's office to find out if they have been keeping a summary of the complaints that they've had, but I do know people have contacted them to complain.
Further questions? Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So regarding tank rental fees, did you hear complaints about those fees being initially part of a purchase or an agreement to buy gas from a company and then being extended beyond the initial period when supposedly the rental of the tank had paid it off?
Thank you for your question. The complaints I've heard about are people have owned their tanks or they buy a house with a tank. They've never signed a contract or an agreement with a company. When they call, they may get delivery. They may have deliveries for, one of my constituents got deliveries for 10 years, and then he started being charged a rental fee. I've heard complaints where they've owned the tank, they've never paid a rental fee, but if they go without a fill up, they'll pay they'll waive a rental fee if they haven't gotten a fill up or an order. So let me give you an example. Let's say someone goes 3 years without, or I think there's one example where somebody had a propane heater on a swimming pool. And after a few years, they decided not to heat their pool anymore. The heater had broken. So they're not ordering propane. So the company is now charging them rent because they're not ordering propane.
Thank you.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've had some experience with propane dealers myself. I see that AmeriGas is mentioned quite a bit in your testimony. Does that seem to be the one vendor that's generating most of the complaints?
As I've said, I haven't done a thorough, objective survey of different companies, but that is one I've heard of a lot. I was actually surprised in the response I got that there were other companies mentioned too. So, but I think AmeriGas is probably one of the major ones, mainly because they are a major propane dealer.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm one of those propane customers as well. I know this is not listed, or at least I don't think it's listed here, but have you had issues with folks when they try to change from propane company to another about the ownership of the tank, the buying and the selling of the tank, the transfer of the tank from one company to another?
Oh, yeah. I've heard a lot of complaints from constituents where their tank may have been owned by one company. They go to switch and the company charges them an exorbitant fee to take out that tank to have the new company, or they won't transfer ownership of the tank. There's a lot of various complaints regarding that.
Representative Munns has one more question.
Sorry, just thought of something. Is there any legislation on the books currently that governs propane sales?
I did some research. No, not really, not at the customer level. There is some legislation regarding industrial propane distribution and taxes and fees or conditions for industrial storage of propane, but I didn't see anything that is at the consumer level.
Did you also consult with the Attorney General's office, their consumer products division, to see if there was any laws on the books about propane there?
No, not at no, I haven't, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
great, thanks. All right, seeing no further questions, we appreciate you being here and testifying and introducing this bill.
Okay, thank you very much.
And now we'll get to query the representative or the gentleman representing the Propane Gas Association of New England, and that's Bob Scully. Thank you, Bob. We appreciate it. Seen you around the halls a lot. I don't know if you've testified before the committee or recently. Yeah. Okay. Well, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bob Scully. I'm the Government Affairs Lobbyist for Propane Gas Association of New England. The letter that I distributed to you comes from Leslie Anderson. She had a conflict. She could not be here today. She's actually at a propane meeting down in New Orleans. So I am not going to read this to you. I'll try to recap it as best I can. If you take a look at this, we are in opposition to the study. Don't usually say that, but we think what our industry can do out there. There's about 30 different propane dealers in the state of New Hampshire. She has listed in another paragraph some of the charges that you might see, or different charges that you might see for deliveries and storage, and types of deliveries you get on volume, so the prices will vary. And then more importantly, to the issue that Representative Rung raised, and in full disclosure, I'm also from the town of Merrimack and a constituent of Representative Rung. I've known her for quite a while. So we take this serious. So the last paragraph in here, you'll see that Leslie Anderson, who is the president of PGAIN, has offered to directly get involved with complaints for the consumers, to get involved with the owners of these companies to help find a resolution. To the question that Representative Munz asked earlier, every once in a while you have someone in the industry that causes problems for everybody. So the answer to your question was yes, from my perspective. Okay, so we can help. The previous president of PGAIN was Joe Rose, and this is how he helped facilitate some of these problems. The difference between propane and oil, anybody can put oil in your tank, but there is laws about propane, and only the owner of that tank can move it, and that's where some of these complications come from. So I would offer to this committee that if you have constituents that are having, or yourselves that are having propane problems, if you give Ms. Anderson a call, she will take care of that. She's done it in the past. And if this committee sees fit to move forward with the study committee, which we don't see a need for that, then I will make some of our members available to you.
Okay, I think we're going to have a few questions for you, and we'll start with Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm a bit, I guess it might be just the wording or the tone of the wording. I'm a bit taken back by in the last paragraph here, where it says that if consumers do not like the charges on their bill, they can change companies. That's a little bit not very helpful. I'm just kind of wondering why do you think that there is not a need for a study committee on this when we see some information like this? It appears not to be very helpful to the consumer. So why don't we need a study committee to see what's really going on here? What are other alternatives?
I think the members, the 30 companies that sell propane in the state, feel that consumers can choose who they want to, and if they're not happy with one, you buy a car at a car dealership, and if you're not happy with that car, you can go elsewhere. I think it's kind of the same philosophy.
Follow up?
I don't think Leslie Anderson, who drafted this, was trying to be flippant with it. I think she was trying to say the consumer ultimately can decide who they buy fuel from.
I think I have one follow-up.
Follow-up.
So my follow-up question would be, people are reticent to change when they don't really want to. Are there penalties for changing companies just because they don't like one? What are the ramifications if someone wants to change a propane company because they just don't happen to like one? Is there cost involved for them? Right?
There should not be. Most companies work together with each other when it goes from one provider to the next. So if there is a problem here that, like Representative Rung described, that there's an issue with the consumer, these folks here at PGAIN are offering to help fix that problem.
I'm going to call on Representative Bernardi in just a moment, but first I have to make a comment here. Because as Representative Doug Thomas points out, the line that says, if consumers do not like the charges on their bill, they can change companies. I happen to know that's not true. My next door neighbor went with a company called AmeriGas.
Yep.
And they had a 1,000-gallon tank that they put in their backyard. The man who installed the tank was the builder, and he owned the house, lived in it with his family. And after 10 or 12 years, they decided they wanted to change companies because they found a supplier who would sell them propane for less money. And AmeriGas refused to transfer ownership of the tank to another company. And they had to go round and round and round with AmeriGas and finally reached a resolution where they dug up the tank, a 1,000-gallon tank. It's a huge tank.
Yeah.
They dug it up in their backyard, and AmeriGas came and got it. And then they replaced the tank and changed companies. That that doesn't mean that they can just change companies without a huge hassle. And so
Understood.
I realize that's not a question, and I apologize, but I just had to get that off my chest because my next door neighbor was quite upset about it. Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Chairman Bose. I was going on exactly the same issue, and I'll relate my story. I have a 1,000-gallon tank in my backyard that I put there 22 years ago. And in the plan, it basically said, you buy gas for us for 10 years, you own the tank. Yet I kept getting fees up until 2 years ago. And finally, I just exploded with the company and said, why am I paying annual fees for a tank that nominally I paid for 10 years ago? Because I used gas from that tank and I had those nominal fill levels all along. So there appears to be an issue here that's beyond how it's being described and can be addressed. And what I would ask is, why is it not appropriate then for you folks to hear these issues? Because I think the companies are going to have to come up with a change in the way they do business here, or we change the law about how you can fill a tank and make it just like an oil company can fill any tank, you know, if they have appropriate safety training. I don't know what the issue is that requires the resolution, but it's clearly not addressed here.
Right. Representative, for my edification, what company was yours?
Northeast Utilities.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Berezny has a question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I understand you're coming out against this bill, but if this bill were to pass, are there any things you would like changed or any suggestions as far as the membership makeup or what the outcome of the bill or the report
If
that
the
you
bill
would
was,
find helpful?
with the committee's permission, if the bill were to pass, I would make available to the committee for the study a couple of members from the propane industry to come and sit down while you folks have a work session.
Okay, thank you. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to, I don't have propane, so I'm trying to figure this one out. So if you, like Representative Bernardi, he has a tank and after 10 years, he's supposed to own it. Going on, he's still paying a fee. Is that, and if something happens to the tank, it's not him who does the repair, correct? It's the propane company?
Representative Thomas, I don't know the answer to that question because I don't know the relationship, so I don't want to give you misinformation, but I'd be happy to find that out for you.
I'm just wondering if this fee is considered almost an insurance fee as opposed to a rental fee. I'm just.
I mean, I have 2 propane tanks in my house in Merrimack, and if I have something go wrong, they come and fix it, but that's me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Mine, granted, I have issues with tanks as well, but my question is about the volume of refill. If I had an oil heated home, if I wanted 50 gallons, 500 gallons, or 1,000 gallons, it'd be totally up to how much I wanted to put in. But then propane, it restricts you to where you have to fill at least 50% of your tank, nothing less. And even if you don't have 50% available, they're going to charge you 50%, even if you can't even fit it in the tank. Why is this so, and how is this legal?
Representative, thank you for the question. I wish Ms. Anderson was here so she could answer that. I don't know what the relationship is and why you can have different requirements, and I'm happy to find out and bring that to you, but I don't want to misspeak.
And I have Hafner's natural gas. Sorry.
Okay.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that you've had similar situations in the past with companies that you've characterized as bad actors or people who are not doing what they should do, and that you facilitated agreements. So I'm just curious, do those agreements include restitution for the people involved, for the clients?
I know in the past that P-Gain, Gentleman that used to run it, his name was Joe Rose, and Leslie Anderson has replaced him. In the past, when there were issues like this, they worked to rectify the problem to the consumer's satisfaction. I would hope so. I don't know at what point, you break off on a financial side, but if you can't move 1,000-gallon tank, that obviously that's a really big problem. Okay, I recognize that. And if we're talking about, $100, and I don't know where that goes in relationship to what customers do for their consumers, I would hope they take care of their customer, because if they don't, then I think they have they should have the ability, I'll use that word, to use somebody else. So I know that's not answering your question directly, but I do believe that their issues got rectified to their satisfaction in the past. That's why she's offering to help with this now.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is AmeriGas, which I understand to be a nationwide company, which may be in the practice of buying up smaller companies in our region, are they a member of Propane Gas Association of New England?
They are.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for acknowledging my struggles.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Thank you. Not really a question, but I guess the only thing that I would suggest is that you probably have a couple bad apples, and I think it's just important to get in front of that and to try to address it as quickly as you can with those individual companies.
Happy to do our best.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So in this letter from Leslie Anderson, it suggests if a customer is having difficulty with a particular company, et cetera, reach out to our association and our association will do stuff. Do customers know this? Do we expect customers to know to do this? Is this included in billing information sent to customers?
No, I don't think so. And I mean, so when it gets to this level, we're having discussions here. There's obviously a problem out there. So what we're offering, or what they're offering to this committee, is to assist in trying to make the problem go away as best they can. Sounds like there are some greater problems. It also, to me, sounds like there is one dealer that is more problematic than others, okay? And maybe if that one dealer wasn't more problematic, I wouldn't be here today. Maybe I would, but I don't believe so, Representative.
Representative Partial has a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bowes, and thank you for your testimony
You're
today.
welcome.
You've referred to that there have been problems in the past. I would love to know, and this may be a hypothetical question, I don't know. Compared to our other energy suppliers that we've given monopolies to, such as the oil and the natural gas, any energy supplier, do you think that the number of incidences in the past where we've had difficult situations is greater within the propane industry than other industries?
Probably not. I mean, the one reason it's more difficult in the propane industry is because there is a law that requires that company to come get their tank and to remove it. It's there for safety reasons. Oil doesn't have that.
And one quick follow-up.
Follow-up.
And do you believe that a study committee could establish whether or not these are just aberrations that can be dealt with, or whether or not it's endemic of a situation that requires further legislation?
So I've been here for 34 years, and after listening to this committee and the issues that are raised here, I'm happy to work with a study committee if that's what you want to do.
Thank you.
There you go.
Representative Ploget, did you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman Bowles. Real quick, I'm another one on this committee who has an issue with a propane deal. I don't need to go into it, but yes, it's easier just to pay the fee than the filing charge in court.
Okay, that sounds ominous. Representative Berezny has another question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. in the testimony here, it says for the organization, for your organization, it says we exist to serve the propane industry by promoting safety, education, and public awareness of the uses of propane. For promoting so does this organization not handle situations of like policy between you mentioned earlier that transferring tanks from one provider to another, that each provider will kind of negotiate amongst themselves. Is that a uniform process that an organization like this provides, or how is there consistency between different organizations
So how it's supposed to work, and how I do believe it works in most cases, if I was to leave company X and go to company Y, those two companies would talk. One would purchase what's left in the tank, make restitution back to the other dealer or the homeowner, and that's how this works. It does work that way most of the time. It gets magnified when we have issues now where we're dealing with a dealer, okay, that creates problems. See, once again, oil is different. Oil, anybody can put the oil in your tank, okay? They don't have that problem there. So propane has another step. It was put there for safety reasons. And unless that part changes, you can't go from Bob Scully propane company to Representative Vo's propane company without working it out amongst the companies. So when a company does not behave properly and do what they're supposed to do, then we're here talking today. But most of them do make it work that way.
Follow up.
Thank you. Just to clarify my question, so what I'm asking is, does this organization provide some sort of framework for all of these different companies, or provide some policy or guidance on how to do some of those things where it's multiple organizations that interact with each other?
So the company, P-Gain will assist when there's problems like this. I mean, they have to be careful when they work together with when they start getting together and talking about money and stuff like that, they have to be very careful. So they have a board of directors that meets. I would imagine they discuss many things. I think if I was to have those 30 companies in a room here today, or 30 plus, I would probably guess that 95 or 99% of them would tell you that they do the way I explained it. So P-Gain, I do not believe, goes out there and promotes all this. They do this. Their companies do this. And when their companies stub their toe, they're offering to assist. I'm sorry if I'm not answering your question the way correctly, but that's what it is, I think.
Representative Doug Thomas has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Yep.
Just because you mentioned your, shall I say, time and service with the association and everything, can you relate on what you've heard here today, the issues that you're hearing? Can you relate that to pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, pre-recession, post-recession? Have you heard of these issues before in your experience, in your tenure here, or is this something that is all of a sudden new and recent to you that would perk our ears up, that would require us to have a study?
I do not believe the issue that we're talking about today has anything to do with the pandemic. Okay, I just don't. So I've already testified on behalf of the folks that I represent that they'd prefer not to have the study because they think they can resolve the problem, but I've heard multiple personal stories here around the table, what's going on. So I am happy to bring, if this is what the committee wants, owners, not from AmeriGas, to this table here, okay, to talk about how, and they can answer some of these questions more specifically. I wish Miss Anderson was here because she worked for Dead River prior to this job, so she understands these things better than I do. But that's how I would bring a couple of members here, a couple of owners that understand how this works if you do this committee. Then I guess you can decide later on if you want legislation or not. I think the industry prefers not to have that, but maybe that has to have the study to find that out.
Representative Wendy Thomas thought of another question.
Thank you. This is actually a question for the committee. We've been hearing a lot of stories of displeasure with propane. Is there anyone on the committee that has propane that is pleased with what they have? Okay. All right. Thank you. I just wanted to know.
I would say overall, I'm pleased with propane as my heating fuel. But I have had a few problems myself, and I've heard from constituents and neighbors of problems. So I'd be inclined to think that some action is necessary. Representative Reynolds actually had a question first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm trying to be helpful here. Sure. Did you mean to say that perhaps the reason that the members of P-GAIN do not have that harmonization of consumer practices is not one of the functions of P-GAIN, and that the reason that's not is because you might be accused of collusion if you got together and talked about harmonizing the practices?
Well,
And-
not the practices. If it gets down to money, it could be. But I don't want to say that they don't talk. I mean, I think the question was, is this something that they go down and talk about to try to set up together and how they work together? I believe that's just what they do already. They should be doing this. So if I had someone from White Mountain Oil here, or Palmer Gas and Oil here, or DF Richard, or City Fuel, or McLaughlin, or any of these people that offer both products, I believe they would all tell you that this is what they do. This is their business practice.
Could I follow up question?
Yes, follow up.
I mean, might it be that a study commission, which is all this legislation is doing, might it be that a study commission could provide a helpful venue, a helpful forum for the good actor companies to share and come up with, a set of good consumer practices that the industry would abide by?
It might.
Thank you.
So Representative Nancy Murphy would also like to testify. So let's give her that opportunity. And I thank you, Mr. Scully, for being here today. Representative, welcome to ST&E.
Oh, thank you, Chairman Vos. And I will be very brief because most of my points have been raised. I just wanted to address both the change provider response and the offer of the propane providers to be available to address the concerns. I think it's clear based on some people's experiences here, as well as the testimony that was submitted, that these concerns have been brought to these propane companies in the past and remain unaddressed. It's disappointing to me that the propane companies, recognizing that, would not support a commission or a committee to take a look and see how they can come together and offer services to New Hampshire citizens that are not as conflicted and challenging as they are right now. We see that challenges of making that change happen. My mother was 95. I know when she went through this, and it was not with AmeriGas. Just trying to get a propane tank switched, trying to get reimbursed for what was in the tank. When you're 95, almost 60, 96 years old, it's really hard to make those multiple phone calls. And so I just think of our senior citizens that are living in homes, and one more aggravation. Anyway, it makes sense to me that the propane companies would rather not have the involvement of a study committee in one sense, but I think the testimony provided and the committee's own remarks seems to indicate how necessary it really is. I think we need to be able to assess both the types of concerns that citizens have across the board, as well as whether there are just specifics to certain companies. And on that, I just ask that you vote OTP on HB 81. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming and talking to us.
Thanks so much.
Anybody have any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We have no more pink cards, so there will be no more testimony offered on this proposed legislation. We spoke earlier today, or maybe it was yesterday, I can't remember, about subcommittees. This bill appears to me to be an ideal candidate for a subcommittee. Is there anybody in attendance by show of hands who would be willing to serve on a subcommittee to do more study on this bill? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think we have plenty of people here who are interested in studying this bill further. So this is not an early bill. We don't have to exec it until probably the middle of March. So that gives us pretty much a month to 5 weeks to look into this. And I'm going to urge the study committee to not only examine the question of whether a study commission or a study committee is appropriate, but whether or not it might be appropriate to propose some other legislation to deal with this issue. Now, if the subcommittee does propose additional legislation, we would have to have another public hearing to discuss that legislation. Nevertheless, I would encourage the subcommittee to at least consider whether other legislation might be appropriate beyond a study committee, or in addition to a study committee, or in place of a study committee. Representative Partial.
Yes, thank you, Chair Vos. A question about procedure on that. Could we solicit a friendly amendment to the existing bill if we wanted to make some changes?
Certainly. And the study committee could feel free to request the attendance of other persons to provide additional testimony and information on the question. So for example, if Leslie Anderson might be available subsequent to today, maybe she could come in and talk to the committee. Maybe you could invite members of the other members of the industry to come in, CEOs or operations managers of propane companies. Whatever the subcommittee decides it needs to do to gather appropriate information would be worthwhile and the way to go. So Representative Summers, Representative Partial, Representative Doug Thomas, Representative Bernardi, and Representative Ploget expressed interest in being on this subcommittee. So I will ask Representative Doug Thomas to be the chair of the subcommittee, and he will call the first meeting and notify the other members of the committee of that meeting. And the clerk will record all this information so that we won't forget it later. Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that I was writing things down and I wrote down almost exactly what you said. But my notes were a little different. I said the purpose of a study is to recommend legislation farther down the road. And it sounds like the problem is already known. I wrote down the problem is customer service. So that would be the focus of the subcommittee, is what they can do to make these companies improve their customer service.
Okay. Representative Ploget, you had a comment?
Thank you, Chairman Bolt. I'm sorry, I just got back, but I picked up on the end of it because I had made a note that I am not looking for more regulations.
Okay, that's fine. Representative Thomas, Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's exactly my point. To preeminate Representative Wendy Thomas' potential question, for the record, it's Representative Doug Thomas that would be the chair of the subcommittee.
Did I not specify that? I apologize.
I wrote Doug Thomas.
Okay, good. Representative Partial.
Assume.
Representative
We're
Partial.
going to be doing this dance all term.
Thank you, Chair. I could conceivably believe that the scope of this subcommittee would go beyond consumer service. And there are other questions that I would have asked today that I think I can find out on my own, but I think that they may bear examination. The depreciation on these gas tanks is something that concerns me. And I would also add that I think that while I don't like more regulation myself, I think having appropriate regulation and safeguards protect the consumers and our economy. If it's relevant, we need to go ahead and do that. I don't think this is time to have a full discussion of it, by the way, Shabbat, too. And I apologize if I'm opening the door on that.
Yes, thank you. Let's wait until the subcommittee meets to start those conversations. I think we've done justice to this bill here this afternoon with this public hearing. So I'm going to close this public hearing and ask Representative Ploget to give us an indication of what the blue sheet says about it.
House Bill 81. On the blue sheet, it was 5 in favor, none against. Online, there was 2 in favor, 1 against.
Okay, appreciate it. Well, I want to thank all members of the committee for 2 days of hard work. We got a lot accomplished today and yesterday. Appreciate you all being here and being attentive and asking good questions and helping us get our work done. We're not done yet, of course, this week. Thursday we'll be in session in the House, and then Friday we're right back here for another full day of committee meetings, including an executive session on 5 bills, 4 of which are early bills, and we must make a decision about those bills this Friday. So we will see you all on Friday, or actually on Thursday at session, and then again on Friday. If you know that you're not going to be available on Friday, notify your caucus leader immediately so that a replacement can be obtained for you for executive session. And with that, we'll close this hearing for today. Have a safe ride home, and we'll see you Thursday.